We say we are free, but we are not really free. We've got eyes to see, but we do not really see.
One, two. One.
Welcome to the new sound of the Kalahari. I want to take you on a journey to the desert, in the forest of your imagination.
One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two.
Welcome to the new sound of the Kalahari. Melodies of something for the mind, it's something for the spirit.
On the 31st of December 2022, the President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, declared the year 2023 to be the year of revival. Now, amongst others, in his address to the Namibian nation, the President said that 2023 will be about reigniting the strength of a resurgent nation, a nation that looks into the future with renewed hope and optimism. A very good morning and a warm welcome to you to this very special broadcast where we reflect on the year of revival. My name is Denver Kisting, alongside Salma Moses, our sign language interpreter for this very special broadcast. Now, the President will be delivering his address to the Namibian nation in a few minutes. Before we get to that, we will be engaging very shortly for an overview. Dr. Alfredo Hengari, the Presidential Press Secretary, as well as Mr. James Nupe, who's the President's Economic Advisor, as well as the country's Green Hydrogen Commissioner. Good morning, gentlemen, and welcome.
Good morning, Denver. It's indeed a pleasure to be here.
It's always a pleasure to have you, Doc. It's also a pleasure to have you, Mr. Nupe.
Always. Good morning. Thank you so much for having us.
Dr. Hengari, we certainly do not want to preempt what the President will be sharing with the Namibian nation, but from your perspective, having been present during all of these engagements, what would you say stands out as a highlight regarding the President's engagements over the past year?
Yes, it has indeed been quite a rich year in terms of the activities of the President and also the impact of those activities in as far as the livelihoods of Namibians are concerned. As I said, I don't want to preempt, but I can, of course, speak to the question of green hydrogen that really found concretely legs with the launch in the middle of the year. And of course, a number of activities on the multilateral and bilateral fronts. I can single out the President being chosen as one of the co-chairs of the Summit of the Future that looks at recalibrating the United Nations system for better delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. That's one on the multilateral front. I think bilaterally we also had some very important engagements. President Geingob met with his counterpart, President Xi Jinping, on the margins of the BRICS summit in South Africa, where once again the voice of Namibia was quite loud and clear in as far as inequity in global relations are concerned. So I think just I don't want to highlight what the president is going to say, so, but I think these are some of the key issues that stand out for some of us this year. But the Deputy Prime Minister will speak to the question of drought relief. It has been a difficult year, but as a government, we have done what we should do, and that is to protect Namibians against the worst effects of the drought.
Thank you so much. Mr. Nupe, if we were to launch our own edition of an Oxford dictionary, certainly the term that would stand out would be green hydrogen. And you have become synonymous with that. Where are we, very briefly, but also how prepared are we for what awaits?
Sure, Denver, thank you so much. And really, I think we are now going beyond green hydrogen. We're adding more words to our dictionary, as you'd call it. We really are now delving into the green industrialization agenda. And it really goes beyond just the production of the clean molecule. We're now looking at, for example, how do we add value to our own minerals? We're looking at how we can add value to iron ore using hydrogen, or how we can actually produce rare earths and lithium in Namibia, because we know that these minerals are a critical part of not just a just energy transition, but a recalibration of industry in general. And so Namibia is now really looking towards Vision 2030. We're only 6 years away. We're looking at how do we create those jobs, and how do we begin to ensure that Namibia's economic output primarily comes from the secondary and the tertiary sector, and is not just reliant on the very extractive primary sector, where we really enjoy, mining, whether it's gold, diamonds, or even oil for that matter. So that's a big sort of shift for us this year, and next year we really begin to implement that agenda in full. There's a lot of coordination today with various OMAs, which we'll of course highlight on stage, so we can look forward to 2024 with a bit of optimism and hope as well.
If the pursuit is the economic emancipation of Namibians, one would infer that we are in a race against time. And what I'm also hearing you say is we can't look at green hydrogen as an emerging industry in isolation. We certainly need to kill more birds with a proverbial stone. Talk to us about the pace at which all of this needs to happen, please.
The pace needs to be not just frenetic, but it needs to be one that meets the goals that we have for our people, right? So if you look at Vision 2030, we're aiming to half our Gini coefficient from 0.57 today to 0.3, right? So we need to move in a manner that really meets the ambitions that we have for our people for a very long time. So absolutely, we're not just looking at the production of the molecule, we're looking at transport. We're looking at integrating that molecule into agriculture. We're looking at water provision. But the key thing is we also need to mobilize the requisite capital at the appropriate cost, some on our balance sheet and others in special purpose vehicles. And then, of course, we have to train the necessary workforce. So quite a bit of work to do, but certainly Namibians across the country are beginning to wake up to the opportunity. And as government, we are absolutely very, very committed to continue to play that enabling environment to allow private sector to come in and do some of the heavy lifting.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hengari, please talk to us very briefly about the significance of today. 11 months into the year of revival, why is it important to take stock about where we are, how far we've come, where the gaps are, and what is being done about those?
Yes, it's once again a demonstration of the commitment of President Geingob to maintain open channels of communication with the Namibian people, the press, and it's an opportunity to emphasize some of the gains that we have made in this year of revival, and to collectively reflect on the coming year in as far as some of the gains that we have consolidated in this year of revival. So I think it's important for that purpose. President Geingob believes in accountability, and this is a platform to account to Namibians via this very important press briefing.
Apart from hearing from the President and the Deputy Prime Minister, who else will we hear from this morning, and what's the significance of that?
Well, a number of ministers will speak sectorally to the issues in their provinces. The Green Hydrogen Commissioner will also talk to the green industrialization agenda that we've been pursuing over the past few years. So I don't want to get into more detail as far as that is concerned, but you will have a very good overview of the activities of government in this year. The President will deliver his State of the Nation address, but it's not a SONA, so it's a press briefing, so let's keep it at that.
Very well. Mr. Nupie, we need Namibians to come to the party. We need Namibians to be part of the conversation. What is it that Namibians need to do to be part of the conversation? We always want to hear from government what government can do for us. But in order to show up, in order to be counted, in order to demonstrate the great and required skills, we as a nation also need to show up. So what message do you have for Namibians this morning?
Absolutely. The nation is ours to build. And while we won't do it alone, we will do it with partners from around the world. We really do have to pick up the tools now. So whether you're a student who's applying for a scholarship or the CEO of a state-owned enterprise that is looking to, if you look at Transnamib, they need to deploy, almost 20 billion Namibian dollars to buy the locomotives, or it's you and I, Denver, to ensure that people around the country are awake to the opportunities that are coming into Namibia. All of us would really need to move as one collective nation if we really are to transform our economy the way our leaders had envisioned was possible all the way back in 1993 or so. So what I would say to the Namibians is really, whether you're young or old, extremely powerful or not yet, there's an opportunity for everyone to really participate in this green industrialization agenda and make sure that we're adding value to the natural endowments that we have, whether they're in the ground, up in the sky, or indeed blowing across our neighborhoods every day. We can harness all of that to create a home for our kids that we're proud of.
What are the possible drawbacks if we don't pull in the same direction as a nation?
To be honest, Denver will move slower than we can afford to, right? We will overly debate issues, we will over question issues, and we will try to govern too much, right? So you will get, people who have not been elected to govern will govern, and others who, so that will slow us down. And unfortunately, we are not alone. We are not the only ones who've now realized that these opportunities exist. And so we are seeing a much more competitive environment today over the green industrialization agenda than we did see when we started 2 years ago, where we were really sort of leading the intellectual discourse on the continent and even globally. Now, South Africa, Mauritania, Egypt, Kenya, Morocco, all these countries on the continent are pursuing the same opportunities. So Namibians, we must, put in a little bit more ges into making sure that we deliver on time. But at the same time, the opportunities are large enough for us to collaborate. The President, would love for us to collaborate with our neighbors, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, DRC, even Angola, to mobilize some of those sort of critical raw minerals, for example, and be targeted in choosing where we refine them. Cobalt, Zambia, DRC, platinum, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, rare earths, lithium. That sort of strategic collaboration with our neighbors is also key to make sure we're taking advantage of the opportunities on the global sphere.
Is it your conviction that if we pull in the same direction, and if all these efforts reap the rewards that we want them to, that we can deal with the problems that we have relating to unemployment, inequality, and poverty?
It is certainly my conviction that we have a very good fighting chance, Denver. The goals that we've set ourselves in Vision 2030 are not small.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Let us
Nupe.
join in.
Please
We're heading
rise,
over
His
to the Director of
Excellency the
Proceedings,
President.
Dr. Paya Moshalenga. The President has arrived.
Your Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, members of the media. I welcome you to this press conference where His Excellency the President will report to the nation about activities and programs of the government throughout this year. So those of you that have the program would see that it is written there, national and AU anthem. But those of you that were watching the Wheels of Justice last night would recall how we were explaining the use of the national symbols, including the national anthems, when and where to use them. And His Excellency the President would want to set the example. I think it becomes now a lesson to the rest of us that abuse and overuse the national anthems. So we are not going to have a national anthem. This is a press conference. So without further ado, may I invite the Vice President, His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, to come and do the welcoming remarks and introduce the President. Comrade Vice President, you may use the podium on your right.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information Technology, Dr. Pea Mushelenga, our Director of Ceremony this morning, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, esteemed Secretary to Cabinet, Executive Directors, and senior government officials, distinguished invited guests, distinguished members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to State House. Some people are saying good morning, some people are not, their morning are not yet up. Never mind, we have to continue. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome everyone here to this milestone event on the executive calendar, where the government, under the able and visionary leadership of His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic, accounts to the electorate and reports on the implementations of programs that are meant to make meaningful impact on the lives of our citizens. On the occasion of the opening of the first cabinet meeting this year, 2023, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, state that, and I quote, 2023 is a year of revival, which is about reigniting the strength of a resurgent nation, a nation that looks into the future with renewed hope and optimism. It is time for our collective revival to shape our future one step at a time, and we march towards shared prosperity. End of quotation. Therefore, the President has called this press briefing with a clear purpose of reporting on the progress made during this year in our resolve to provide quality public services and amenities to improve the lives of the Namibian people. In accordance with the Namibian Constitution, all ministers are accountable individually for the administration of their own ministries and collectively for the administration of the work of cabinet, both to the President and to Parliament. Therefore, in line with the aforesaid constitutional imperatives, ministers are expected to implement socio-economic programs and report the status of implementation of the same to the President and Cabinet, and if need be, to the electorate, so that our people might appraise and appreciate the work and overall performance of the government. The cardinal principle underlying public administration and governance is implementation. Therefore, it is only when policies and programs are implemented will our citizens enjoy dignified lives. I therefore express my sincere thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob for hosting this milestone press briefing to implement, to inform the Namibian people across the length and breadth of this country, to inform them about the progress we are making to implement government socio-economic programs in all the 14 regions of our country. I therefore appeal to all listeners and viewers to pay attention and follow tentatively on what His Excellency President Geingob is conveying to all Namibians this beautiful Monday morning. So the other issue is, do I really need to introduce the President to his own ministers and deputy ministers and senior officials? You don't know him? You don't know his name? You don't know what he has been able to do? I think we are in this hall, which is famous, well known by journalists. We survived COVID because of the leadership we had. All the briefings were mainly done in this hall. So this hall is very famous. It's the people's hall. And therefore, I don't need to say many, many things. This is the leader who has led us for the past 8, going to 9 years, and he's still leading us. And he's the one who is to deliver the messages to the Namibian people. It is therefore my honor and pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Forces, to give his statement. And I thank you for your attention.
We didn't organize it. Oh, please be seated. Comrade Nangolo Bumba, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. I'll be leaning, because, when you are tall like me, you have to lean down. Honorable Nedimonandi Daitwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, honorable ministers, members of the media, supposed to be your day. In this year, which I christened the year of revival, I thank you all for joining me on this occasion, the end of the year press conference or briefing. I have made specific commitments as President to consolidate our effective governance architecture through transparent communication channels. I have consulted Namibians and engaged citizens on the issues affecting their lives through close to 35 through extensive town hall meetings, which lasted sometimes through 5 hours average, just sitting and listening to the people. That I have been doing as a Prime Minister too. I have opened up my meetings to press, all the meetings that State House press attends. unless the person who is coming asks, they want a closed meeting. So, transparency plus accountability, we say, will result into a trust. We want trust of the people. That's why we are trying to open up our offices so the press can sit there and listen when we are talking to foreigners who come here, unless they say they want to have a closed meeting. That's very important. We have survived the turbulent headwinds, the commodity downturn, droughts recorded to have been the most severe in history. And when we are about to say hallelujah, COVID-19 hit us very badly indeed. However, we have circumvented through tides, and now that's rough tides, and now we are going to stand ready to forge ahead and revive the Namibian economy by continuing our drive towards shared prosperity. In my penultimate State of the Nation address at the beginning of the year, I said that the success of our country does not depend on one single person, but on each and every citizen, each and every son and daughter of our soil must become a catalyst for development and change. As a leader, I can dream. Leaders are dreamers. I can dream, but please don't misunderstand NBC and go and say, President said they are just dreaming. It's a speech, manner of speech. So leaders are dreamers and point towards the direction of prosperity. But it is up to all of us as collective to actualize these dreams and manifest them into reality, because success can only be achieved when people are united behind a common goal and purpose. My role as president is to ensure unity, peace, and stability for development to take place. After the difficulties that we went through, our country is on a positive trajectory. Our country is on a positive trajectory. The future looks bright. Namibia is resilient and resurgent. Our country is in demand and is seen as a model for the green energy transition. The discovery of oil holds exciting prospects for economic growth and prosperity. Lately, you saw we are emphasizing green hydrogen as a future energy source. We did our best, but then all of a sudden, from nowhere we have discovered oil. It's still being discovered. Now the issue was, what do we do now? And I said there is no contradiction. We can get oil now. It will be an immediate source for the next 10 years. But green hydrogen is a future, long-term kind of climate mitigation source, which the world is looking to. And Namibia is leading. And we should be proud of that we are the country who are leading. People are coming to talk to us about clean hydrogen. Others, I went to a big conference of oil. I went there too, in Cape Town, and talked about oil, and said there is no contradiction. And they all understood that. strengthening bilateral and multilateral relations are very important. Namibia fought, small country, but we fought South African might for nearly 22 years, supported by international solidarity, coupons, you cannot forget that. And also diplomatic onslaught, you cannot forget that. And people inside the country rising up. These are all elements that combined that we eventually achieved our independence. When we got independence, we were talking, it's very important to get instruments of power from colonial power. That's how it has been happening. We said no. South Africa cannot give us our instruments of power. It's illegal occupying power. Therefore, we said United Nations will be the one to give us our instruments. Hence, the issue I'm always saying, we're a child of international solidarity, midwifed by United Nations. Therefore, our multilateral and bilateral relations must be strong for us to ensure a future of shared prosperity and peace. In that vein, I participated at the beginning of this year in African Union 36th Ordinary Session of Assembly of Heads of State and Government in Addis Ababa, whereby I had consultations with the Secretary General of the United Nations on the issue of Democratic Republic of Congo, within a broader context of the peace, security, cooperation framework for DRC and a region. DRC issue is still outstanding. DRC is changing from having this partner. East Africa has now been asked to leave. SADC is supposed to come in. I said we're not going to send our troops. We don't have means for that. But South Africa and them have agreed to send the troops. So it's a question of changing from East Africa. Now they were kicked out. We're going to get SADC. I hope we are not going to be kicked out. So those who are going to provide troops are ready to do that maybe. But we pledge to support financially where we can. I also joined the AU committee of 10 heads of state and government on reform of United Nations Security Council. It's very funny that up to now, Security Council is like an apartheid house, whereby majority, big number of populations are left out, that the founding fathers are still having veto rights, that they can veto anything and can kill any decision. So we have been fighting to allow us to have a seat at this. Not as a small country maybe, but we are asking maybe for Nigeria and South Africa, or any other country. Right now, Vice President came back from Equatorial Guinea, where he went to attend again that meeting, a group of 10. And we're making progress, I'm told. Some countries have agreed to allow Africans to have a seat, but I still doubt, because that's a thing people are holding to control the world. Veto power. Even if you agreed, 11 of you, or 10 of you, and just one veto can kill the decision. Undemocratic. Furthermore, as a member of the African Union Peace and Security Council, and as a chairperson of SADC organ, Troika, I participated in Peace and Security Council meeting in order to bring an end to the conflict in DRC. As you know, President Masisi and I did something unique and historic when we said as neighbors, it would be good that we don't require visas and passports, but to use our identity documents for our people to cross the border. That act is hailed. It's a very important step, and it's now working. Next, we are going to do it with Zambia, maybe, Angola, and then South Africa eventually, so that our people can have a free movement. No criminals. They will be arrested. But while you are moving with your visa, with your ID, these IDs are modern. They have all the information there. They just put it in, and everything comes out. So you criminal, you will be caught. So don't think you are going to cross freely now. We are not talking about criminals. We are talking about citizens, Africans, who ought to move around freely in their continent. Free movement of people and goods is going to play a role in a new continental Africa free trade area. So that we have done already. I undertook state visit to South Africa at the invitation of President Ramaphosa. We had bilateral talks, good talks, on the Orange River border question, which is lingering on for a long time, since independence, 30 years, 33 years now. We talk about South African Customs Union, also a problem, that we are like the beggars there. We have to discuss that, really, seriously. That we cannot import, we cannot industrialize the way this thing is. Look at the Peugeot plant, it's closing down. So as long as these SACU tariffs issues are not going to be reconciled and democratically decided, as we agreed. But now South Africa plays the game, so we have to seriously also look at the future of SACU. Are we still really together in that? Or are people planning something else, and are we just sitting with our hands folded, not looking for alternatives? You scholars, please think of it. Seriously, it's not begging, you're not begging anybody. Imports come, cars will come. You can never order a car directly from Germany, who have been here in this country for a long time. Mercedes-Benz, you have to order through South Africa. They add value there, create job, transfer technology, mark up and sell it to us. Is that really good? Good neighborhood? No, it is not. We also explore areas of further investment. Now we are a green hydrogen country, the leader, and also oil and gas. These are the things we are discussing. We are a factor now in the world, believe it or not. We are a factor, and we have to behave that way. Be proud of that too. You see how I'm standing here? Because I'm not feeling well. Now you tell me I want to travel, enjoying traveling, sitting in that plane. At my age, I have been traveling since 1966. Bad planes that time. And I have been traveling. You think I enjoy it? I hold on the plane like this small plane of ours is shaky. And I see it, the moment it moves, I'm holding it. You think I'm enjoying that? I'm doing it because I have to do it. Really. S&T, what is S&T to me? S&T? Some of you don't know me. I have been working, put by party in places where paying me money. When on the World Bank, I had paid money. I resigned and came back. It's not a question of money. If I give you the amounts, the comrade will collapse. Say, what? You are getting that money? So it's not a question of money, please. Greed is not what is motivating us. We are trying to save. Truly speaking, these attacks on ministers, cars, what is a car? It's a means, it's a means that you use to deliver. No, reduce things to cars, traveling. No, please. There are bigger things we have to discuss. talk about? S&T. No, let's move up. So the purpose of the visit was to discuss, that is now, after South Africa, we had a visitor from Finland, President of Finland, yeah, to renew relationships and also to discuss how Namibia and Finland can work together to leverage smart, secure, and sustainable solutions in an effort to promote green transition. Everybody comes to talk about green transition. And the fourth industrial revolution, we're talking about those things. Something we are living in the past. No. Our documents don't talk about past. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution. We talk about green hydrogen. And these are the things we talk with people, and they come and listen to us. We are in demand. During the third visit, we discussed the global political situation, global challenges, and bilateral relations between the two countries. That's Finland. And I could just jump and tell you that we had to go to Finland to bury one of the long-serving diplomats who was also the member of the Council for Namibia and also the Commissioner for Namibia, then became the Special Representative of Secretary General here to then transition to independence. Adishari. Very cold place, we suffered there. Ask the Chief of Protocol. Cold. But we buried him. It was a very moving event, well organized. I hope many of us could be there to see how people organize funerals. No speeches. You just press the button, everyone was just following one another. Everybody knew what they had to do. So not calling them and say, come now to the... It was very good. I was also chairing the Troika. That is, Troika, that was the SADC Troika. The organ Troika Excellence Summit was held also. And we discussed again troops to be given to DRC. Namibia, we said we don't have the means. The summit also discussed matters of peace and security in region and security situation in eastern part of Democratic Republic of Congo. And we agreed to strengthen military presence of SADC for peace to prevail. I hosted Honorable Prime Minister of Denmark, Prime Minister of Holland, and to Namibia. Why? They were here. You saw them. Before that, we had a Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany with about big delegation. We finished visitor here. I'm just trying to see how people are interested in Namibia. And then when you go, you will see how we are cornered to be consulted. They want to hear about where we are with the transition, clean energy, and then also to ask us how they can come in. They want to come in. We have to be careful. They want to come in. And they must come on our terms, as we have been saying. So what I'm trying to point out to you, we are pessimistic about your country. Remember, rightly so, because of high unemployment and so on. We went through very difficult periods. But I'm telling you, as I said, Namibia is now in a very good position. Namibia is going to be a country of the future. And I'm telling you, world sees it. Why don't you see it? When I was in South Africa, I was also invited to BRICS outreach. And I made a statement there, which people are quoting. I was saying BRICS shouldn't become like security, like the UN, where security is for founders, permanent seats. Others have to come a petition, so to say. And I was saying, don't do the same. I was promised by my brother it will never happen. But following day, at press conference, he announced 5 more members or whatever were admitted. We were not told about criteria required for membership. So these are the things I'm talking about. I was promised there will be no way to bypass and so on. We're all laughing about that. But we're not even told who are a candidate, what are the conditions, requirements to be a member of. Not that we want to become members, but what are the requirements? It was pre-arranged. 7 countries were admitted there. Not announced in the meeting, it was announced at a press conference. These are the things we don't want to accept. Of course, after that, we had a very good meeting, by national meeting here. President Cyril was here. We discussed now our bilateral issues. We raised, of course, issues of the border. And you must maybe come as journalists and others to tell us what to do. What is the problematic of the problem of Orange River? You understand that statement? Huh? What is the problematic of the problem of Orange River? Go and research. What is the problem behind that problem? Why don't South Africans want to follow international law, which requires, well, river, it must be in the center, they say. Maybe there are resources, good ones. Now you have to think again, if that is the case, tell us so we can talk as brothers and sisters. Whether we can have a shared, maybe thing. Time has come for that. 30 years to talk about Orange River. Some challenging journalists, everybody to investigate and give us solution. Maybe you will have it. Maybe say, well, it's Pan-Africanism. Why don't you divide Africa? Come and develop resources together. What resources are there? I don't know. Maybe they are there. But we must solve that problem. Definitely. I had, of course, good meetings with the president of China. Besides what you go, we always have one-on-one. I met him about 5 times on one-on-one basis. I was telling him I'm retiring, and I mentioned, introduced the possible candidate who may take over. So he said, yeah, okay. We'll be friends also, always, even if you are retired. So I'm glad to hear people think I will be finished when I'm retiring, but I will be friends. Again, they invited me. There was a China-Africa dialogue. That's where I made that statement about United Nations Security Council. I attended that and addressed them. August 26, 28, we had a very special visitor, special friend from Cuba here. Unfortunately, the organization was very poor. We wanted to get people, we wanted to take him to the north, but last minute logistics, how to go there. We don't have very good helicopters. Minister of Transport, is he here? No. So I didn't want to risk to take that person on our helicopters. If something happens, really, what do you do? It was very difficult. So last minute we changed and have the thing here at the Independence Stadium. And obviously it was late, we couldn't get people around. But he was crying, or not crying, but he was emotional when we honored him. They feel we appreciate them, which we do. Why? Because we are sitting here maybe because of that involvement. And as people will say, as President Castro says, we didn't come and collect gold, we didn't come there were gold and silver and so on. We only came to collect dead bodies of our citizens. How do you take that statement? That's a true statement, it's true. They are suffering, but they never ask for favors. They don't say, we help you help us. Some Africans are saying that. We didn't even do anything. That's because you pass through their country. Yeah, we help you, now you must help us. And you hear it from Africans, not from Cubans. They have difficult period because of sanctions imposed. And I was saying, how long would Chinese, how long would Cuban young people know of these sanctions? So what have we done? They're asking, what have we done to America? You grow up, only thing you know is sanctions. Is it good? Human rights, what is it? Children's rights, what is it? No. We are so selective in our morality. Some people are more important. Some are humans, others are not humans. Slaughter them, destroy their houses. Palestinians, they are not human beings. Israelis are human beings. What kind of world is that? Really? Children arrested, they were released. Children. They throw a stone at an Israeli soldier. What is that really? What is it? Where is humanity? Children's rights, human rights of children. What is the world up to? What we are seeing in the Middle East, what is it? Now ceasefire, temporary one apparently, and you are bringing in food, what you call? Israel says they will start again. They're going to destroy that again? What is going on? What is the logic? How do we think really as human beings? Whether you support or not, what is going on there? You were about to stop watching TVs. But when you watch it, you cannot take it, you cannot believe that some human beings are not human beings. What kind of modern world is that? We're in a modern world now. But we are still living like savages. Considering some people as, a name was apparently given to them by one of the Israeli generals. And you can believe that, this day and age? Yes, I participated in the United Nations 78th session in New York. I delivered an important statement on behalf of you at 78th session of United Nations General Assembly, stressing the need to put the 17 Sustainable Development Goals back on track and to accelerate investment in healthcare, renewable energy, education, clean water, and sanitation. I held bilateral meetings with Chancellor of Germany, Excellency Olaf Scholz. We discussed, again, recognition we are getting is to share, co-share the 2024 UN Summit for the future. It's a big recognition again, that we have to, with Germany, co-chair that summit of the future. We also touched on climate change, green hydrogen, and joint efforts to find common ground on the issue of genocide, reparations. I also participated in the Sustainable Development Summit 2023, where we played a leadership role in recalibrating and accelerating the global goals. My intervention focused on scaling up actions on key transitions to accelerate SDG progress. On 12 to 13 October 2023, I hosted His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of South Africa, on third Binational Commission. Since the transformation of Heads of State Economic Forum into BNC in November 2012, the BNC has served as a vital platform to further enhance bilateral cooperation, including exchanging views on issues of mutual interest and coordination of diplomatic positions at regional and multilateral fora. I participated and delivered a statement at the European Union inaugural Global Gateway Forum and the first EU-Namibia Green Hydrogen and Critical Raw Materials Business Forum in Brussels on 25th and 26th October. At the invitation of Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, I participated in the inaugural Global Gateway Forum in Brussels. I was helped by Deputy Prime Minister there. On the margins of inaugural Global Gateway Forum, participated in first EU-Namibia Green Hydrogen and Critical Raw Materials Business Forum from 24th to 25th October 2023, where I delivered the keynote remarks at the forum. I endorsed with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen the roadmap for EU-Namibia strategic partnership on sustainable raw materials, value chains, and renewable hydrogen, which will unlock €1 billion in investment in the sector. I attended the funeral, as I said already, of our dear friend, Marty Adisari. May his soul rest in peace. This evening, as you know, I'll be as old as I'm feeling, traveling for COP 28 Global Stocktake, where I will co-chair alongside the President of the European Union Commission, Ursula again, launch of Critical Raw Materials Club. A press release detailing my engagement at COP28 will be shared with the press today. In closing, development cannot be tangible without effective multilateral and bilateral partners. Therefore, I would like to thank our development cooperation partners, including the United Nations system, the European Union, as well as our bilateral partners who have made tangible contributions throughout the year. Our efforts in economic transformation and the acceleration of sustainable development goals have been enhanced as a result of continued collaboration we have fostered with the world and also with our journalists too. We always condemn you, you know, but without you being here to either represent or misrepresent what we are saying, we have Namibian nation, peaceful Namibian nation. So therefore, I'd like to thank all Namibians for their resilience and their commitment to peace and unity as a precondition for development. Now I will ask my colleagues, it's not a one-person show. Governance architecture with us is done through processes, systems, and institutions. And therefore, it's not a one-person show. It will fail if it is a one-person show. Therefore, we are going to have now ministers who are sitting here. Will start with the Deputy Prime Minister, who will also represent the Prime Minister, and a little bit tell you about the drought and international situation, briefly, because I covered it already. They will ask also Minister of Finance to talk about economic situation, how well the country is, Minister of Health. Without health, we cannot exist. Energy, Minister of Mines and Energy. We had a Minister of Poverty Eradication, but yeah, Doreen is here. She must tell us how she's removing poverty. And then finally, first education. You have two ministers of education, Minister of Education, Higher Education, not the deputies here too. They must tell us about education. And Minister of Agriculture, and then advisors will come. With that, I thank you very much. And I'm saying that Namibia is the only country we can call home. You can cry, complain. But at the end, you must know it's the only country you can call your own. You have a right to complain, right to cry when things are not going right. But you must know, don't destroy it. To destroy is very easy, but to build is very difficult. So I built this country for 32 years, maintaining peace. Yes, problems, hunger, unemployment, youth unemployment. We have those problems. We all have it. The whole world has it, by the way. The whole world. But we cannot destroy the country because of that. And as I said, things are looking much better. Namibia is on the move. Namibia that you know now is going to be different very soon. Why? What I told you, well, all these things, green hydrogen, the whole world is coming to us. What more? Tourism is back again. Because of that. So, Make,
Yes, Deputy Prime Minister, you may use the podium on your right.
Thank you, Comrade President, honorable ministers, deputy ministers. My eyes stand on the protocol that is established. As Comrade President has mentioned, I'm here, I think, Comrade President, I'm here now to end my two designations, which is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation. And I would start my presentation at home, which is the summary of activities in the office of the Prime Minister during the period under review. And as we are all aware that the office of the Prime Minister is two key functions, which is the development in the public service, as well as to oversee the implementation of the Disaster and Risk Management Act. I will therefore, Comrade President, start with the public service. And as I've mentioned, this is really going to be a summary highlighting highlighting the events that has taken place. It is a well-known fact that the public service is the engine of any government. And for it to provide the quality service delivery to the nation, it really needs to be effective and efficient and effective. And this has been and it will continue to be the main objective of the Office of the Prime Minister, to develop an effective and efficient public service in order to deliver the quality service to the nation. It's against this background, Comrade President, that during the period under review, the Office of the Prime Minister undertook a review of what we call being a public servant. This program has been in the public service for some time. However, it was more on analog rather than digitalized. And the Office of the Prime Minister found it necessary, considering where we are in terms of ICT, that it has to be digitalized. And we are happy, Comrade President, to inform that this booklet in the digital form was officially launched on the 24th November 2023. And this will really play a big role in transforming our public service because the information will be readily available, and it has two sides. First is to assist the public service themselves to know exactly what they should do, and it will also be useful for the public just to know the available services. So now that it's available, the Office of the Prime Minister, I can say the government, we are just now asking the civil servants to make sure that they have used this tool because it's meant for them in order to improve their service delivery and to serve our people in best interest of everybody. The other issue, Comrade President, that has been handled by the Office of the Prime Minister, we know that the issue of gender equality is dominant in our policy, both nationally and internationally. And it came to light that our female public servants, they are facing a serious challenge, particularly when they have to carry out their natural responsibility. Hence, the Office of the Prime Minister, through consultations, has come up with a review on the maternity leave. And this has been finalized. It was brought to Cabinet and is approved. I'm sure the public servants, they know that currently the maternity leave under the Social Security, there is a cap that when you go on maternity leave, you could only get 15,000 per month. And according to the law, then you have to take a leave. And when you are on leave, you will not get your basic salary from the government because you are to be taken care of by the Social Security. This has been found to be very difficult, particularly to the civil servants who might earn more than 15,000, considering also that after you have a baby, there's a different, another mouth added. By then you have to live on the 15,000. Therefore, the Office of the Prime Minister worked on to all the modalities, and then now the Cabinet has decided that the government has to top up the payment, the difference between the basic salary the female staff is getting and what they are getting from the Social Security. The decision also went further because whatever we do, the care and the protection of the child is always our priority as a government, as a nation. Therefore, the government then decided to introduce a paternity leave to public civil servants subjected to conditions. And one of the conditions, you might find a situation after delivery, the mother might not be able to do any work, maybe for health reasons. And the worst situation, we know that it does happen when sometimes the mothers can pass on during the delivery. So in such a situation, the father of the child will then be given paternity leave to look after the baby. However, in a situation whereby the father is not in position to do so, a primary caregiver might be identified, and if that one is also a civil servant, will be able to benefit from the same provision And finally, President, on that particular issue of maternity, the government has decided to increase the weeks from 12 to 14. So this only applies to civil servants, but we are aware that the Social Security Commission, they are also in the process to review the issue of maternity leave. Then the next issue, President, that we consider very important to inform the nation is that there has been negotiations between the government and the recognized trade unions, namely NAPU and NANTU. These negotiations were completed, and an agreement between the government and the recognized union was signed on the 16th of November, 2023. Now, this agreement, President, entails two things, because it was based on negotiating for 2 years. So therefore, the outcome is divided into 2 years as follows. During the current financial year, which is 2023-2024, it was agreed that an improvement of housing allowance for staff members and the management cadre with effect from 1st October 2023. Number two, improvement of the loan qualification, loan amounts, and corresponding subsidy under the home owner scheme for staff members below the management cadre with effect from the 1st October 2023. And number three, a 25% increase on housing allowance for staff members below the management cadre with effect from 1st April 2023. And four, a 20% increase on transport allowance for staff members below the management cadre with effect from 1st April 2023. And number five is an 8% increase on the motor vehicle allowance to staff members in the management cadre with effect from the 1st April 2023. Then coming to the financial year 2024-2025, the following has agreed on. One, a flat increase of 600 Namibian dollar per month for staff members on grade 15 to 14 with effect from the 1st April 2024. And two, a 5% increase on the basic salary of staff members on grade 13 to 1 with effect from the 1st April 2024. We then move to another element, President, and that is the e-governance. The e-governance, the government continue to advocate digitalization and introduction of the IT solution. And a number of IT systems have been introduced in many of our offices. With the Office of the Prime Minister, there is an introduction of commodity and beneficiary management system. And this is a system that is going to be used when we are giving out drought relief. I'm going to explain it further, President, when I'm going to elaborate on the issues related to drought and disaster risk management. The second online is the online declaration of interest system. So now civil servants, when you are declaring your interest, so that clearly is clear on whether there's a conflict of interest or not, you can now do it online. Other ministries, President, within our government, they have also introduced the e-governance, and maybe they will be able to elaborate themselves. I'm aware of the Minister of, or the Office of the Prime Minister is aware of the Minister of Home Affairs and Immigration, Safety and Security, when it comes to e-birth, e-death, citizen system, border influx control. Also, the Ministry of Finance, they will talk on their e-procurement. The Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication and Social Welfare, they will also maybe talk about integrated social assistance system, integrated beneficiary registry, while the Ministry of Health and Social Services might elaborate on the e-health. And finally, the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade might also elaborate on e-business. So we are really getting into the e-governance with the President in order to make service accessible to our citizens. I now move to the issue of disaster and risk management. President, disaster and risk management has really been with us for some time. However, we know that there are regions that has been always really affected. For example, we have Kunene, part of Msati, and part of Erongo region. And these regions really continue to suffer throughout because of the drought. However, the government has been always at hand and assisting this region in order to cope up with the drought. For example, in 2022, after an assessment was made, it was recommended that having recovered, hoping we had recovered from 2021, we could stop giving assistance to these regions. However, it was recommended that it has to continue. Therefore, Cabinet took a decision for the program to continue up to March 2023. Subsequently, an amount of 67 million has been spent in these three regions. That is now a Kunene region where 35,002 households were assisted, Erongo region 6,185 households, and Omsat region 15,620 households. And together, roughly 340,842 people become beneficiary of this, particularly in the area of food assistance. In the same regions, President, they were also assisted with water, which of course was managed by the Ministry of Agriculture. However, a budget of 50 million was made available for this, of which 30 million was spent in Kunene region, with particular reference to Ohamaremba Okangwati pipeline, while the other two regions, which is Omsati and Erongo, boreholes were drilled, some rehabilitated, as well as some water, earth dams were also constructed. And then the next element, President, on disaster, as a nation, we are all aware that this year we had experienced floods that affected Oshana, Ohangwena, and Ozambezi, as well as some parts of Omsati. However, we have to mention, President, that as much as Omsati was affected by flood, no community was affected, but communities were affected in those three regions of Oshana, Ohangwena, and Ozambezi region. Subsequently, in order to help with flood relief program and also to relocate some of the people, an amount of 9 million was spent. In Oshana region, a total of 568 households were affected, and 277 people were evacuated to safer places. For a period of 3 months, they were there. And coming to Ohangwena region, 2,530 households were affected, and 422 people were relocated to temporary locations where they stayed for a period of 3 months. And in Ozambezi region, a total of 412 households were helped, as well as some school programs for a period of 4 months. So that is how we have handled the flood that has affected us at the beginning of the year. Then we can move, Comrade President. We had also an unfortunate situation in Ochodonjupa and Omaheke region, where some of our citizens have to suffer when their households were destroyed by big winds and they were severely damaged, whereby 17 houses in Ochodonjupa and the 3 in Omaheke were completely destroyed. Subsequently, the government has to come in and then plan to build 20 houses. The Office of the Prime Minister is happy to inform that of these 20 houses, 19 has been built, completed, and the owners are occupying these houses. However, we have to mention that one of the citizens who was also affected, the house could not be built because of the issue of the land. So we are working on it. Once the land has been allocated, then can also be catered like others. I have to mention here, Comrade President, that we have worked with the support from the Sheikh Dwellers Association, particularly the Namibia Housing Action Group that did the monitoring and the supervision in the construction of these houses. And then the next program, Comrade President, is the extension of drought program to Omaheke, Karas, and Hardap regions. So these 2 regions also become beneficiary in our drought relief programs, particularly after the assessment was made and it was recommended that they should be supported as from the 1st of July 2024. I mean, as from July to 2023 to March 2024. Now, the Office of the Prime Minister has to provide food relief for these particular regions. For example, in Omaheke, 80,973 people. In Karas, 6,477, and Hardap, 80,672. Also, livestock program has been approved, which is going to be administrated through the Ministry of Agriculture. Comrade President, the Namibia Vulnerable Assessment was also done for 2023, whereby it was found out that about 695,000 people, or 1,750 households, are food insecure and they will require food assistance. And the cabinet has approved, have taken a decision that we must implement a comprehensive nationwide drought relief program as from the 1st October 2023 to the 30th June 2024. So this program, Comrade President, has started in all the 14 regions, and the registration also is going on. We are only appealing to our people on the ground really to register people who are in need, because already the signs are coming that some people who are not supposed to be registered, they are being registered. And if we do it that way, we will not be able to cater for those who are in need. Finally, Comrade President, under the Office of the Prime Minister, is now what I have referred before, the Commodity and Beneficiary Management Information System. This one is the digitalization of registration and also to automate the benefiting system, whereby the affected communities will be redeemed their food items through retails. A pilot has been done in Okatana constituency, whereby 1,200 drought-affected households across the 20 distribution centers were identified. 12 retail were provided with food parcels, and that which is for the targeted group. And each one was given now a voucher valued to 450. The beneficiaries have successfully redeemed their food parcels at all local markets. And now we are in the process of rolling it out throughout the country. So this is, Comrade President, what had happened in as far as the office of the Prime Minister is concerned, both the public service as well as the drought and disaster risk management. I now turn briefly to the international relations, and I'm saying briefly because, Comrade President, in the introduction of in the opening of this press conference, he has really touched our activities at the international level. However, I can say, Comrade President, looking at the Harambee Prosperity Plan, one of the calls is for Namibia to remain relevant in international relations for us to get maximum benefit. And I can say for confidently, Comrade President, we really remain relevant in the international arena. And that is demonstrated by the exchange of visits, both at the highest level, at the ministerial level, and at the official level. And Comrade President has already elaborated on this. But I'm sure for us as ministers, we know how many engagements we have with our counterparts, whether in their countries or those who are visiting us. I must say that Namibia has also become a center of international conferences. And hardly in a week, you will not find a week where you cannot talk about an international conference taking place in Namibia. Mostly when it comes to specialized institutions. The latest I can refer to, Comrade President, is this past week, when the UNDP has decided to bring all their representatives in the sub-Saharan African country, all 45, to have almost a full week session in Namibia. That is because they know that Namibia is a country they trust in the international arena, and is a country where they can peacefully have their conferences without any disturbance. And that is a plus to us, because it also gives us an opportunity to learn from these conferences. Yes, Comrade President, the green hydrogen has really become dominant in Namibia's foreign policy since it was discovered. And as a Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation, we have been just bumped with a lot of questions on the green hydrogen. And it even hired up when the oil and gas has been discovered. So Namibia is becoming an attractive country, and that is why we are asking our citizens not to sleep, but also to follow the events and to see how we can benefit maximally on these natural resources that are being discovered in our country. And this also explains, Comrade President, as you have rightly said it in Brussels, that we need to benefit from our natural resources, hence our policy to say our natural resources should not leave the country unprocessed. I have also to inform that there has been really an active interaction with many of our bilateral partners, whereby several joint commissions of cooperation have taken place. And the last one was the binational commission between Namibia and South Africa, which we consider it was very successful. Como President, we know that our foreign policy is guided by our national policy. Food security has become prominent in our discussion locally, and that's why the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation have also made it their priority. And we have to engage the international community to assist Namibia to be our own producer of our own food. And that's why the World Food Programme has to put Namibia in what we call food system, rather than that system whereby they can buy food wherever they are and come and distribute it to us. So the food system, which is run by the World Food Programme, together with the Minister of Agriculture, is really paying dividends if we are following what is happening, and we want this to be encouraged. During the period under review, we were also able to receive some technical people on agriculture, which I think the Minister of Agriculture are finding them useful. Como President, we are not in isolation. We are aware of the changing geopolitical fragmentation which is happening in the world, and we need to follow it very closely because it has an impact on us. Starting with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which up to now it's going on, though it is shadowed by what is happening in Israel, or particularly in Gaza. But as a country, we remain firm that we do not condone any act of destruction. We don't condone the genocide which is really been happening in Gaza, but we keep calling on countries to sit around the table and to agree peacefully in order to solve whatever differences are there between the countries. In our region, como President, you are right, when Namibia was a chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, we have to coordinate the SADC activities, particularly in Mozambique, where the SADC has to send the troops just as we were getting into the chair. And we believe that we have played our part. Of course, the issue of DRC remains a challenge in our region, and hopefully a solution will be found. The unfortunate situation which we are finding in our continent is the sudden takeover by militaries in countries in our region. We are talking about Sudan, Gabon, Niger, Mali, Chad, Guinea, and Burkina Faso. It's really unfortunate, but that is a wake-up call for Africa, for us to go back to the drawing board and make a critical analysis why these things are happening, when we thought we were saying goodbye to these schools in our continent and to strengthen our democracy. Finally, como President, as I have just to run through many other things, is, as you have mentioned, the UN, where we are now preparing for the Summit for the Future, where Namibia and Germany were asked to coordinate this Summit for the Future. And we would really want, as Namibians, to follow this preparation, because as a facilitator, wherever you go, when you mention you are a minister from Namibia, they will ask you, what do you think about the future, the Summit for the Future? One thing we have to know, this Summit for the Future is really a continuation. We remember that Namibia co-chaired the General Assembly when the Millennium Development Goals were developed. And when now we came to the end of the Millennium Development Goals, not much was really achieved. Hence, then the world decided to develop the Sustainable Development Goal. That one was a development. Now we come to talk about sustainable development goals, which are now being reviewed. And during the last General Assembly, the Secretary General reported that while there might be progress in one of the goals, by average, the world has only reached 13%. So which means we are very far of meeting all the the Sustainable Development Goal. So therefore, the Summit for the Future has to build on that. But the question is, what do we need for our future? So therefore, Namibia as a country, we really need to follow this development and to be on alert so that we can make our contribution to the world development, to the world peace, so that it can also benefit us as a nation. I thank you, Comrade President.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. Now we are done with offices. Office of the President, that is the Presidency, in Office of the Prime Minister. Now we are going into ministries, and ministries will not have the time as the Presidency and the Office of the Prime Minister. So I appeal to ministers to briefly summarize activities of their ministries, and they can always expand more during the questions and answers time. Now, Minister of Finance, or Minister of Mines, yeah.
Comrade President, I heard the Minister of MIC say Minister of Energy, so thank you very much, Comrade President, Comrade Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, and all my colleagues. Just briefly also to say about what as the Ministry of Mines and Energy has been busy with during this time of under review. And just to start off, Your Excellency, by saying, when you said that leaders are dreamers, and we've been dreaming about what we ought to be doing as a country, and I can say some of those dreams have already become a reality. And also probably to add to say, leaders are also dealers in hope. And I think, Comrade President, I think during these economically turbulent times, you've been that dealer in hope, and I think if there's any time really in our history of Namibia where we need to be more positive economically, I think the time is now with what is happening around, and as what the President was saying, in terms of what actually has happened over the last maybe 18 months or so. In the Ministry of Mines and Energy, obviously we are responsible to make sure that we do have energy in the country, whether it's electricity or other source of energy, and also to look at our natural resources like minerals. Now, in the space of energy, Your Excellency, specifically electricity, we continue to make sure that we do have electricity that can meet our demand for now, whether now we are going to produce that electricity ourselves or we are going to import it. And our preoccupation is still to make sure that we do close that importation gap because we continue to import more of this electricity. And we are doing that by embracing independent power producers and not to only rely on NAM power to be the producer of electricity. And over the last couple of years, we have embraced that system of having IPPs. And as of today, our total electricity production, 85% of that is by NAM power and 15% is by IPPs. And we need to continue to ensure or to have more IPPs coming online. And probably as we move forward, to have non-power concentrating on the distribution and not so much on the production, and have more private sector production in this area. And also, all of this addition that we have added to the grid is all renewable energy, either from wind or from solar. But we are also quite aware that we cannot continue to add more renewable on the grid without first upgrading the grid, because it might become unsustainable. And that is why currently NamPower has got, as part of their investment program, to also upgrade the grid such that it can absorb more renewables that we need to add on the grid. By way of encouraging IPPs, you also may recall that we have 3 years ago come up with a system that we call a modified single buyer system, whereby if you are an IPP and you produce electricity, you can also supply directly to some of the larger consumers. For example, some of the mining companies, you can go to them, actually have an agreement whereby you can, they can be the off-takers instead of only NamPower being the off-taker. On the other energy issues, Your Excellency, the oil and gas discovery, as we all know, last year a discovery was made. And since then, the ministry has been repositioning our focus, not only being preoccupied with marketing ourselves as a country with opportunities in the oil and gas sector, but also to build up our capabilities, how to manage this discovered resource. And that preparation is in terms of either having our staff members being attached to some of the oil-producing countries, or having working visits to some of these countries in order for us to learn some lessons to make sure that we manage this resource in the best interest of the country. And in all our engagement with those resource-producing countries, the oil resource-producing country, Honorable President, the lessons really to say we should not only rely on the revenues that is going to come to us from selling this resource, selling the oil, but what is going to be more useful for us, more economically beneficial to us, is to make sure that we promote the local content, where as much as services, as much as products that the new industry is going to be needing will have to produce within the local economy. And in that respect, we've been having a couple of workshops with local entrepreneurs, with the NGOs, with policymakers, to make sure that we do get their input, to make sure that when that local content policy and eventually the local content policy law become law, we all are on the same wavelength. We are on board to make sure that we benefit and then we promote our economic development through local content. So currently in that area, Your Excellency, we are busy together with the both Shell and Total Energies to make sure that we accelerate the process where we come to production. And if everything goes to plan, we should be able to draw first oil in the next 4 or 5 years. And if we do that in 4 or 5 years, that will be quite a record, because we know of countries that have discovered oil and 10 years later, they are still not producing oil. We also know of countries that made it very quickly, like for example, Guyana, who discovered oil in 2015, and by 2019, they were already drawing first oil. So we think we can also do as quick as Guyana did. Now, you can imagine now that with the discovery, licensing has become an issue, because now you have got suddenly a lot of attention, a lot of interest, people who are jostling for these licenses. At times, then, people will even go to the extent of using some unorthodox methods of getting these licenses. But for us, we continue to make sure that we manage these licensing issues in the best interest of the country, and also in terms of what the law provides, so that we make sure that this resource really becomes beneficial to us. The other energy issues is green hydrogen, but I think a lot have been said of that, and therefore I also probably think our chair of the Green Hydrogen Council, the DG of National Planning, is here. He might also say a few words about the green hydrogen. Let me just go to the mining sector. In the mining area, Your Excellency, what kept us busy this year is how to deal with what has now become termed as critical raw minerals. And these are the minerals that are necessary for the energy transition. To make sure that the energy transition is sustainable, you need these minerals such as lithium and cobalt, and we do have some of these minerals. Our policy stance on this is that we were not going to allow the exploitation of these minerals without adding value to those minerals. And Cabinet has taken a decision in this respect. And also, as Your Excellency, have reiterated that policy when we were in Belgium during the Namibia-EU Business Forum, to say that in order for us to make sure that we benefit from these resources, they have to be value added before they are exported. In the mining area also, Your Excellency, we have reviewed our licensing system, whereby as from January next year, we also make it possible for people to apply for these licenses online. You do not have to come to the Ministry of Mines and Energy to launch your application. But we also still do allow people whom we prefer to do that manually to do so, but I think it's going to be quite much easier to actually process those licenses when they are submitted to us online. And we have also streamlined the process, how we adjudicate these licenses, because where we have introduced certain window periods, such that applications are only received during a certain window period, and then it allows the ministry then to do the evaluation of all what has been received, such that you do not have a backlog building up simply because people put in the application every day. But we do have like 4 windows within a year where everybody knows that that's when you put in your applications. Your Excellency, those are some of the issues that have kept us busy as the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings, Comrade President, Comrade Vice President, and Comrade Deputy Prime Minister, colleagues and members of the media, good morning. Let me start with the message of hope that the President has painted, that the future for Namibia is brighter. And I would want to say that I share that optimism of the President, looking at the numbers of economic activities that we have collected and that has been collected by our National Statistics Agency. If we look at the last 5 years, as it has already been painted, these years have been very, very difficult. Starting in 2015, 2016, when commodity prices declined quite significantly, and Namibia being a commodity producer, we know the consequences, that we even had to forgo about 6 mines that closed down because commodity prices went down. And of course, that resulted in a lot of hardships, unemployment, and lack of inflow of foreign currencies in the country. But things have started to turn around. Of course, the drought also came, COVID also came, that made the situation worse. So it's not only the commodity prices, but the drought came. We had 3 years of successive droughts. COVID came and it made the situation even more worse. Lately, the situation has turned around. If we look at the economic GDP growth numbers, they show quite a positive picture. In 2021, we could already register growth in the region of 3.5%. Last year in 2022, we saw that growth more than doubling, go to 4.6%. And this year, the projection is that growth is going to hover around 3.5%. And going forward, although on the backdrop of a very difficult global economic environment, the DPM has already talked about the geopolitical fragmentation that we are seeing in the world. That is unfortunately contributing to a difficult global economic environment. But despite that, we are still positive that growth is going to be positive in Namibia. Obviously, this growth will not continue, or this momentum will not continue. It has to be nurtured. We all have to work harder to nurture this growth. From our perspective, the key interventions that we have undertaken to nurture this growth, for instance, we have launched what is called a COVID recovery loan scheme together with the Bank of Namibia and commercial banks. This loan scheme was aimed at helping SMEs, particularly SMEs that have been heavily affected or negatively affected by COVID, to recover from the negative impact of COVID. This loan scheme was relaunched at the beginning of this year because the start was difficult. We had to go back to the drawing board and to relaunch this scheme to make it fit for purpose. It's working well. A number of SMEs have been supported by this loan scheme. So far, about 310 SMEs have benefited from this loan scheme, and about 73 applications are in the pipeline for being processed to help SMEs, because SMEs are the backbone of any economy, and therefore, if we can help them to survive, first of all, to grow, we can also then add to economic activities and job creation. So that's one intervention. The second intervention is we have also ramped up our credit guarantee schemes. Again, this is aimed at helping SMEs that do not have collateral to get financing. Because when they get financing, they can increase their economic activities. When we launched this scheme in 2020, only 2 commercial banks were participating. Now more commercial banks are joining because the scheme is delivered through commercial banks because they have more network infrastructure that can reach everybody in the rest of the country. We are also in the process of finalizing the establishment of the Venture Capital Fund to add to our arsenals of really supporting growth business, growth SMEs, or SMEs which have got potential to grow, but do need patient capital, because some SMEs will not be able to benefit from loan capital, but they need equity capital. So this scheme is really aimed at supporting that those ones that have got higher growth potential, but at the beginning may not have the capacity to pay back loans, but will be able to then benefit from equity capital that will help them to establish themselves, grow their activities, and eventually stand on their own and be able to create more employment opportunities. We have also then funded the equipment scheme that is being administered by the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade. This, I believe we are all familiar with it. This is a program that Our Excellency, the Comrade President, started when he was a Minister of Trade and Industry. So for a few years, this program was not active, but we believe that it's important that this program is reactivated. So it's not only equipment aid scheme, there are actually 2 programs that are being funded, again started by Comrade President, equipment aid schemes, industrial upgrading and modernization program. These programs are also now being funded this year to be able to support SMEs to, first of all, to get equipment, to start their businesses and expand their activities. So this is in the area of financing and in the area of supporting SMEs. The area of diversification, because we need to continue to diversify the economy. We cannot just rely on few sectors, the mining sector that the Minister of Mines and Energy has talked about. The strategy of diversification comes from HPP2, which is aspiring for Namibia to venture into new areas of growth, new engines of growth. We are now embarking on the new journey of green industrialization. And it's not only about green hydrogen. We will produce green hydrogen, green ammonia, but we also then saying we are going to produce green steel. And I think some of you probably have seen that a few weeks ago, Namibia launched a green steel production plan. It's still, of course, a pilot plan, but if the pilot is successful, for the first time, the world will produce green steel, because steel production is one of those sectors or the industry that produce a lot of carbon, because the iron always comes in a form of an oxide, comes with oxygen, and the only way of removing that oxygen for now has been carbon, and that produces carbon dioxide. We believe, or the scientists now believe, that hydrogen can actually be that agent that can remove the oxygen from the iron, and you will have, the product will be, because we always want, when you have these two molecules, or these atoms together, carbon and oxygen, or hydrogen and oxygen, that is going to produce water. So you are actually going to win. You are producing green steel, but you can also produce water from that process. So I think this will be the first time. And if we get it right, I believe we are going to see more hydrogen that is going to be used in that process. So the hydrogen is not only going to be shipped and evacuated to other markets, but we can use it here in the production of steel. We can use it here in production of in fueling our locomotives. We are also going to pilot with it. Trans-Namibia is also entering in that space, so that some of our locomotives can actually run on green ammonia, green hydrogen. So this is basically just one of the strategies to diversify the economy, again, being championed by our president, supported by the Deputy Prime Minister. But we should also continue to grow the economy organically. We cannot just focus on few industries. Agriculture remains an important industry to grow the economy. We have launched productivity task forces in 3 productive task forces, 2 in the area of agriculture. Again, high value fruits, to be able to scale up the production of high value fruits, and also produce new products, such as blueberries, for instance. These are all new activities that we should help to support, so that we can create more jobs. In the area of livestock, how do we scale up our livestock so that we can actually unlock the value that is especially in the emerging, or in the northern communal farmers, north of the cotton fence. We are also trying to harvest one of the productive task forces is also trying to harvest the creative talents in the film industry, because we believe that Namibia has got a potential to tap into the creativity sector. So one of the productive task forces is basically to see how do we grow this industry, the film industry, so that we can bring the films here, and the big film producers can actually use the geography that we have to be able to produce more films here in Namibia. So these are just some of the examples in terms of supporting the economy, interventions that we need to grow the economy, because we still need to expand employment. We still have to work, all of us, still have to coordinate our activities, so that this growth that we are seeing now is not going to disappear, but it must be expanded, so that we can create more economic opportunities that is going to create jobs for the youth, and that also helped us to reduce poverty and inequality. Let me stop there, Comrade President. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And next is the Director General of Planning. And again, I appeal to ministers to be very brief in their presentations. We have a long list still.
Yes, Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellencies, Deputy Prime Minister or Vice President, Deputy Prime Ministers, Ministers present, and everyone present at this press conference. My approach is to start off with Vision 2030. And for the lack of height, Comrade President, can you hear me better now? Sorry, I now must lean forward. For the lack of height, I'm going to surprise you that we stay close to time and close to the ground in a very positive manner. Vision 2030 spans all the way back to 2004 to about now, let's say, and the balance of the time is actually to be substituted for by NDP 6. In the period between where NDP 5 is slotted in for Harambee Prosperity Plan and fast-tracking some of those obligations under that plan, we have made that review. And the short and long of it, there is a very long report of that review. That is approved by Cabinet, and Cabinet is going to find the right time to release that for the public to read. So we will leave the details of Vision 2030 for everyone to read. The essential message in that report is the many obligations we've set ourselves still remain to be achieved under the tenure of how that vision was crafted. So obviously we did not meet all of the aspects, the goals, obligations, and outcomes in that report. And that's the essential message that one wants to bring about here. So along that path, Vision 2030 suffered a number of gaps in terms of data. So we now have to live up to that, to brush up going forward in terms of the lack of critical assessments in respect of each of the goals, each of the indicators, and so on and so forth. So we've mapped that, we've presented that to Cabinet, and Cabinet was happy with it. So as for the review of NDP 5, and this is the crux of the matter, under the pillars, economic progression, social transformation, environmental sustainability, and good governance. We've sectored that, and in the review, we have key findings for each of those. If you want me to go through that, it may take a little bit of time, but maybe I shall provide that information, and it's an approved review by Cabinet. Between the key findings, challenges, and recommendations. So NDP 5 is 58% successful. And all of that is in the report. I urge the public to pay attention specifically to reading that. So that's so much for the details of a very elaborate Vision 2030 NDP 5. Now let me turn to green hydrogen. And I want to make sure that the green hydrogen part of what we wrote or what we have so far done is crystally transferred to all of us by way of the Harambee Prosperity Plan in terms of its effective governance, its economic advancement pillar, its social progression, its infrastructure development objectives. We have slotted in a review of how green hydrogen fits into the international relations portfolio. And finally, I'll just give you a summary of where we are. So first, the Harambee Plan is premised on effective governance as an enabler of socio-economic development. By acting as a catalyst for sustainable socio-economic advancement, Namibia's hydrogen program is harmonizing our country's steadfast pursuit of economic recovery and inclusive growth. It's a very important part. This account of performance of the green hydrogen program outlines the successes, the challenges, the opportunities that this industry presents to the land of the brave. The 5 pillars under the Namibia House was symbolically illustrated, or symbolically illustrates the ethos adopted by the Green Hydrogen Council. So the first thing His Excellency did, he put up a council. Core, and the core expanded to become a council staffed by about 12 ministers, regional governors from the 2 HARDA and Taras regions respectively, and the regional chairpersons. So inclusivity is uptaken already insofar as that is concerned. A fundamental step in delivering the strategy is the establishment of the green hydrogen program. It became the roadmap. It then became the strategy. To buttress that, accountability and transparency became the motto of this whole issue. This is why today, with the list of pushback from society in terms of what we've done, from ground zero to about 18 months back to May 2026, it was humongously an assignment that we met with all sorts of determination and, of course, keeping to the governance ethos. So His Excellency planned it in the manner that us, the council, constituted by all economic ministers and those related to achieving this objective. And that's why today we stand at 18 a number, of course, the core included. The economic advancement pillar, goal 3 of this pillar, outlines Namibia's plans to develop complementary engines of growth. Activity 2 of this goal further articulates Namibia's aspirations to investigate the feasibility of green hydrogen and ammonia as a transformative strategic industry. First, the GAC was established to outline in the plan and continues to execute functions in that mandate. 2, a national green hydrogen ammonia strategy was launched almost a year ago, and this has become our roadmap. Given the signing of the FIA back 26 May 2023, with Hyphen as the company earlier this year, the development of detailed feasibility study has officially commenced, and we are 6 months down that road. So every fortnight we meet, and we now have gone into the project management mode of what the obligations between the parties are. And we continue to assess progress on the ground, including all its aspects. Further development of the Southern Development Corridor initiative is underway with various studies of common user infrastructure, including ports, pipelines, and things. Expansion plans for Ludritz and Aus. Strategic environmental assessment work is actually being carried out as we speak. Green corridors and green industrialization feasibilities. Furthermore, the planning for the next request for proposals is underway as we speak. Namibia's coordinated approach, underpinned by green diplomacy, has actually yielded over $2 billion Namibia dollars in grant funding in the economy as we speak. So this is an over 10 billion Namibia dollars of concessional loans being made available to us Namibians. The development of sustainable engines, given our fragility fiscally speaking, requires access to a diverse portfolio of funding. These are the challenges the Minister of Finance must grapple with and the rest of government. So going forward, the Development Finance Assessment Report approved by Cabinet and launched in 2020 advocated for a roadmap towards implementing an integrated national financing framework. So all of this work will come in to shore up this project. The SDG Fund is a blended green hydrogen financing platform. It's in place. The Environmental Investment Fund hosted funds was capitalized to the tune of 40 million euro from the Dutch government and has commenced the development of its project pipelines. The fund is well on track to mobilizing a further billion euros before the end of the HPP period. So those are serious and deep obligations. Social progression. The social progression pillar outlines Namibia's efforts for improved access to quality education and sports. through the JCOI, Joint Communication of Intent program. The second youth program for hydrogen scholarships call was launched in the third quarter of the calendar year. Building on the lessons learned and request for broader program advertisements, we are delighted to confirm that the 2023 call received over 4,000 applications, all gunning for the rest of the €2.5 million left for scholarships. A carefully selected panel of academia, representatives from NAST, UNAM, VTCs, NTAs, NASFAF, and many more has commenced in the evaluation of these applications and plans to provide the first recommendation before the end of the year. Preliminary estimates show that of the 6 or 7 projects in the green hydrogen space in the country, something like 500 people have gotten jobs today. That's the data we sit with. So this is not some pie in the sky. It's actually changing the livelihoods of Namibians. It's putting bread on the table of Namibians. So it's a call for patience and support from the public. Over 80% of these are Namibians from marginalized communities. That's what the data tells us. Notably, over 30 local SMEs have been employed across the Namibia's hydrogen program. Infrastructure development pillar. The groundbreaking ceremony for Daure's Green Hydrogen Village was held in the first quarter of 2023. This innovative youth and community-led project will showcase the use of hydrogen and ammonia in an off-grid agricultural village in the TSEP Conservancy. So some of these projects are already happening. In the third quarter of the year, Cleanergy held its brick-laying event to celebrate the commencement of its pilot projects, or phase. More recently, the Oshivela project in the Rongo region broke ground in the fourth quarter of this year. This project will be the first application of the high ion technology at an industrial scale with an anticipated output of initial 15,000 tons per year, just to demonstrate that green ion industrial production is economically and technically feasible. In the international arena, we've all followed countries coming to Namibia. We've all followed how that 2 billion in investment grants have followed in between the partner countries Namibia has. I'll make this available, so I'll skip that. So as I conclude, Your Excellency, the Harambee Prosperity Plan pillars remain firmly anchored on the construct of an inclusive Namibian house, built on solid foundation of peace, stability, and the rule of law. The incubation of the green hydrogen industry in Namibia resonates harmoniously with these pillars. I thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Now, Minister of Agriculture, followed by Minister of Health.
Your Excellency, Comrade President, Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, colleagues, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Comrade President, for arranging for this very important information session where we can share where we are in our sectors with regard to implementing crucial reports or progresses. Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Land Reform has got 3 legs to stand on. It is agriculture with an emphasis on food production, food self-sufficiency, food security. It is water with an premises to supply clean water, for domestic use, for industrial use, for agricultural use. And it is, of course, land, the third component in the production chain for anything. It's provision of land, land administration, but most importantly, land reform to undo historic injustices that have occurred. I will go through these very briefly, the three components. On the agricultural side, I'm happy to report, President, that revival is in fact happening. The declining trend of agriculture's contribution to GDP came to an end in 2021, and it has consistently now grown, and that growth is increasing. It is both on the livestock side as well as on the horticultural and grain side. So agriculture has turned back to growth and better contributions to the GDP. That, of course, also implies that there is growth in the job market, there's growth in the business, and there's improvement in lifestyles of people that deal with agriculture. But President, there are some challenges remaining in the agricultural sector, and it is worth mentioning. It's mainly a pricing issue. You yourself and the Deputy Prime Minister have talked about the geopolitical uncertainties and the impact that it has globally. The impact of that on food prices was very significant. The impact of that on food availability was very significant. And that brought about a policy change in Namibia for food self-sufficiency, which we are slowly but surely getting. Now, what unfortunately has happened is that food prices, that is, consumer prices for food, have increased sharply on the one hand, but on the other hand, there's a reduction of prices for producers. The price for maize and grain has reduced by $1,000 per ton in this year. So the economy is not helping. We have two losses. One loss in consumption because of higher prices, one loss in producer prices. So it is very, very difficult at the moment to instill growth in the sector if that situation is prevailing. You disincentivize production because price pressure on production price, and you disincentivize consumption because too high food prices. On the livestock side, we are growing, but there are four challenges that we have to tackle, President. The first one, of course, is drought. We can't do much about it. Over and above the disaster relief that we have and introducing resilient farming practices, which we are doing. That's the first challenge, drought. The second challenge is that we have seen in the whole of southern African regions foot-and-mouth outbreaks. Namibia was spared in the disease-free zone. We are the only one that managed our veterinary side in a matter that we have no outbreak in our disease-free zone, and therefore we could maintain the markets. But all the other countries have. It was Angola, Zambia, Botswana, Mozambique, South Africa. All have general outbreaks which brought about closure of borders. No movement of live cattle, no movement of beef, so the trade is stagnant. And it had another unfortunate consequence, and that is a dumping of beef in the European market and a drop of price for our highly valued export prices. So foot-and-mouth disease measures and management remain high on our agenda, and I want to say that we were successful by maintaining our veterinary ability to fight the disease and to maintain our access into these markets. In fact, to grow our access, and of recent we have negotiated access into the United Arab Emirates and Angola and Ghana for our beef out of the northern commercial areas, which boosts the marketing there. On the waterfront, Mr. President, I think we have done quite a lot to bring about and to achieve our 2030 goal of potable water for all. It stands about at just below 90%. 90% of all Namibians have clean water available, provided that we agree that it is not at the house, but at 2.5 kilometers walking. Comrade President, what it however means is that there are about 15 or 12%, depends if you add rural with urban, that have no access. And they are in far-flung areas, mainly rural, and our task must be to satisfy that, to bring water there. It is difficult because we have to link it to climate change, and our water resources that we use currently, mainly surface water, that's dams and rivers, will become less and less reliable because of climate change. We will be more drought-prone than before. We have to rely more on groundwater, but even groundwater is relying on rain. So that source will also become less and less reliable. Mr. President, we believe that our way out of that in the long term is desalination. We have started that. Our first desalination plant is still operating. We are building now the second one. We are close to closing the financial agreement, and then we can start building it. But resilience in water resource management is important. I can give you a list of what we have done and how many boreholes we have drilled. I think it will take too long. We have focused on rural areas. We have bought our own rigs, and they're all in the field to drill and make water available. There is one topic that is lagging behind, and that is sanitation. We only provide safe sanitation to just about a little bit more than half of the population. And that is a sore eye, because sanitation is not only a technical problem, it brings about dignity in the lifestyle, it prevents health problems, and it is a very needed prerequisite for industrial development. No one will develop in an area where sanitation is not available. So sanitation is a focus that we have. We are doing a lot. We have now a program, 23 projects actually, where we use youth to build sanitation facilities at schools, at clinics, and at local authorities. That program is rolled out, and it is supported and funded, so we can accelerate it and must accelerate it to bring about also desalination in the informal settlements around big towns and cities, where it can really fly into our faces if we are not tackling it, because sanitation problems in Windhoek are polluting our surface water resources on which we tap. They are polluting Swakopmund Dam, because the rivers in which the pollution is taking place are feeding into the dam, and we are seeing the pollution happening, so that water in the dam becomes less suitable for human consumption. So it has a kick-on effect. Mr. President, on the water side, I'm very, very happy to report that our President got an award from the UN as a game changer in the water agenda. We also have received an award from UNESCO as a country, together with Botswana and South Africa, about our ability and our framework, how we deal with cross-border groundwater aquifers. And of recent, the country received an award from AMCAO, that's the AU arm of Ministers of Water and Sanitation, for our activities and our putting on the agenda sanitation and related matters. Sanitation is a matter that needs to be linked into climate change agenda, into water provision agenda, into infrastructure activities. So from a policy point of view, President, Namibia is doing well, and we are recognized, and we have received these awards. On the land side, President, land reform is it's heavy lifting at the moment because of land prices. Our budget is very, very small. We cannot accelerate efficiently the transition of ownership of land if the current prices and current budget remain the same. We will only be scratching a little bit on the surface. I think to have effective and meaningful transformation, that process must be accelerated. But we have made good progress in how we deal with resettlement by adopting a new resettlement policy which makes it much more accessible, much more relevant to many more people. So with the new policy, we can resettle more people and give them a meaningful existence and home. Mr. President, I believe I can stop here and
Thank you. The next will be the Minister of Health. And I once more appeal to ministers to be very brief.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings, Your Excellency, Corporate President, Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make a presentation on the following key milestones for 2023-2024. Health system planning and management, policy coordination and support, progress with capital projects, human resource for health, public health, specialized services, pandemic preparedness and emergency response, developmental, social welfare, and additional health system strengthening. The year of revival and health. For the health sector, the year of revival has many meanings and presented an opportunity for sector's revival of key areas. Let me first, at the beginning, state that Namibia has successfully eradicated hepatitis A. That is a very great achievement by any world standard. The health system is now recovering from COVID-19 pandemic distress. A sharp focus and investment in pandemic preparedness and response to health emergencies. We are investing in institutions to be able to deal effectively with pandemics. The other focus is on human resource capacity, training, and most importantly, workplace wellness program for our healthcare workers. To strengthen infrastructure readiness, such as investment in hospital-based oxygen generation plants and equipment, build strong partnership within and beyond borders, a new way of engaging with the private sector, renew our focus on community engagement in the provision of health services when some people could not access health facilities and came to the realization that we need civil society organizations, especially for social contracting for health services. And more investment in community health system strengthening, review and strengthen pharmaceutical supply chain, storing capacity, investment in laboratory technology and decentralization, improved package of services offered to primary healthcare level, hence more efforts in the universal health coverage. A new look at customer care and prioritization of customer care. The ministry was able to execute some of this, most of this, with a budget allocated by Parliament amounting 9.6 billion Namibian dollars. I will quickly run through certain key milestones. The quality network infrastructure has been installed in all 35 district hospitals. The Deputy Prime Minister also mentioned about the e-health. That is part of our project in the ministry, and we have actually launched an integrated human resource information system, which is currently being piloted, and it has got a potential, when successful implemented, to be used for the whole government. We have also been able to absorb all the cadres who need internship training as part of the mandatory requirement for completion of their studies before they can be registered as full health professionals. To this effect, we have expanded the capacity of hospitals in Windhoek, Oshakati, Katutura, Rundu, Onanjokwe, Swakopmund, and Walvis Bay hospitals. We have internship categories in medicine, pharmacy, dental, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, clinical psychology. We have also reviewed several public health sector policy framework, for example, the National Strategic Framework for HIV, TB, malaria, nutrition, quality management, employee wellness policy, and also the ministerial transport policy. Very important policy which we have launched, that is the social contracting policies, and also national medicine policy, and policy on care and protection of the right of older persons. Cabinet has approved the universal health coverage policy framework, and currently the ministry is busy carrying out consultations with the various stakeholders, such as heads of the organization. Most of the consultations have been completed. Parliamentarian, technical staff, private sector representatives, development partners, healthcare professionals, civil society organizations, so that the country can have a common vision of what universal health coverage for Namibia would mean. In the area of capital project, we have constructed new ones, new clinics. We have renovated new clinics. I will not bother to mention them. Health centers, for example, the construction of the health center at Ausen Care is ongoing, and the completion is anticipated on the in August 2024. Hospitals have also received their share of renovation and upgrading. Okakarara Hospital, Okahau, Katimamriro, Kietmanshoop, Umthia Hospital, Mariental, Swakopmund, Ananjokwe, Katotora Hospital, etc. In this respect, I could also mention that work on the construction of the Windhoek District Hospital is at an advanced stage, and recently we had a briefing from the architect and the construction professionals, and we seem to be happy with the progress. Also related to capital projects is the installation of medical oxygen at all critical and strategic hospitals in Kunene, Kara, Serongo, Umsati. Those have been already completed. The medical service cannot do without medical equipment, and the ministry have purchased a variety of medical equipment for health facilities during the period that are under review. This includes 170 infant incubators, 13 X-ray machines, 2 computed tomography scanners, 28 dialysis machines, and 17 dental chairs and their paraphernarias. And also, in addition, we procured mammograms for screening and early detections of breast cancer in order to initiate treatment at an early stage. I must say that the issue of non-communicable diseases is also increasing in Namibia, and our capacity to diagnose them early will determine the prognosis of the recovery. In the pharmaceutical industry, in the sector, we have tried to avail medicine and health commodities because they are robust and responsive in the healthcare system, which can lead to improved health outcomes. I will talk at a later stage about the challenges we face in this direction. Namibia is one of the only few African countries where open heart surgeries are conducted by local cardiologists, Namibians, and cardiologists and cardiothoracic surgeons, which the ministry have trained, and they are back serving the country. We have made great progress in the arrest of HIV/AIDS, and when we look at the UNAIDS cascade, we now stand at 92, 98, 94, which means that those who are HIV positive know their status, and those who know their status, they are on treatment, and those who are on treatment, their virus is suppressed. We continue with the care of malaria, and our most focus is really to build up a robust and resilient system to be able to deal with the pandemic and epidemics as they break. In this regard, we are more advanced in the establishment of Namibia Public Health Institute to be able to deal with those things. In the area of developmental social services, the National Drug Control Commission was commissioned to ensure the establishment of efficient procedures to control the illicit movement of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, as well as to implement laws to curb illicit productions, abuse, and trafficking of controlled substances. 94% of inpatient clients at our Etegamendo Rehabilitation Center were successfully treated for alcohol and drug dependency, and 6% of those have been discharged. We also have established a national task force on prevention of suicide. Comrade President, I will not complete without mentioning the challenges which we are facing. The major challenge we are facing is the inability of the ministry to supply our hospitals, health centers, and clinics with the medicines and clinical supplies. We are working with the minister responsible for finance and public enterprises to explore, and we have already explored the flexibilities which are available within the public procurement system of 2015 to ensure that we provide the Namibian citizens with the tools they require to ensure their health. There are several factors at play here. The bidding factor, the bidders factor, and the supplier factor. The supplier factor refers to when a supplier is unable to produce the requested item on time and in the sufficient quantity ordered. The other concern or challenges is the recruitment and retention of health professionals. These cadres are in short supply everywhere in the world, and they are very difficult to maintain. But with our robust program of training, our Health Namibians, we are confident that within a reasonable time, we will be able to overcome this challenge. I have mentioned these two challenges facing the ministry, but I'm also confident that they are not insurmountable. We will be able to prevail. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The next is the Presidential Economic Advisor, to be followed by Minister of Poverty Eradication.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Comrade VP, Comrade DPM. Of course, I'll stand on the protocols that has been established. I will try to be brief. Today, we really prepared a visual illustration, I think, of why, as Namibians, perhaps we should be excited about the groundwork that has been laid in 2023, and of course, the prospects that lay ahead for us in 2024. So we worked hard with the team to set up this presentation to try and show what is this green industrialization really all about, and is it really all about the hydrogen, or actually is there indeed a bit more to the story? Of course, the President delivered this hallmark report, or at least speech, in the United Nations General Assembly in 2020, and in this particular paragraph, he really laid down the foundation of what it is that we've been trying to achieve for the past few years. And in this one paragraph, he really highlights three things. One is, of course, that we're actually trying to change the structure of the Namibian economy, not just to export green hydrogen. The second is he talks about the utilization of innovative financial tools, which, of course, the Minister of Finance is trying to utilize in terms of lowering our cost of capital, to deploy the capital that we need to build the infrastructure necessary to change the structure. And, of course, at the end, President does mention that it's important for us to invest in African-led research and development. And how does this then tie to Vision 2030? You heard today from the DG that Vision 2030 has various very challenging goals, but we decided to start breaking down these goals, and we're modeling them from an economic perspective as we try to map out possible pathways to achieve these objectives. And today we highlighted these three. The first talks about changing the structure of the Namibian economy, aka by 2030, we wanted 90% of our economic output to come from the secondary and the tertiary sector of the economy. AKA, we need to start getting excited about manufacturing things and offering high-value services, and not just the primary sector, the extractive sector, which is, of course, our mines and energy in terms of our diamonds, our uranium, and our oil. The second there is you can see that we're looking to reduce unemployment significantly. So if we get excited about a sector, but it's not generating the number of jobs, we still have work to do. And in fact, when we look at that 2.3% unemployment rate and we extrapolate and estimate a population of 3 million, it means we have to try and create about 495,000 jobs between today and Vision 2030. Is that possible? We're certainly going to try to do it as methodically as possible, and this is our goals. The last one there is, of course, we have to halve our Gini coefficient. Everyone knows that Namibia, of course, has one of the highest levels of inequality in the world, but in fact, Vision 2030 is challenging us to try and reduce that significantly. So how are we going to do that? Not one sector alone or industry alone will be able to deliver us there. And this is why we captured this vision called the Southern Corridor Development Initiative, which of course has now morphed into a green industrialization agenda. But this simple diagram is useful to illustrate to our viewers a few things. There is a lot of coordinated activities that need to take place in order to deliver these molecules either to Europe, to Japan, but importantly to use these molecules to make goods here at home, whether it is green steel, as the Minister of Finance was talking about, or even green zinc, which we can import from South Africa and add value to it and refine it here at home with excess electricity. You can see there port development is necessary, and we would of course have to develop some trains, and as the Minister of Mines and Energy said, we will have to deliver key transmission lines that will allow us to trade in electrons with our neighbors. Have we started on this journey? Absolutely. So as you can see there, this is a port master plan for a world-class asset that has been developed by our own NAM port in collaboration with developers and of course the largest port in Europe. What you can see there is on the bottom right-hand corner of that picture, that is Robert Harbour, Lüderitz's existing port. However, the larger facility in the middle of the picture is Angra Port. This is a 500 million euro facility at the moment, so that's about 10 billion Namibian dollars, and it gives you the idea of the work we're going to have to do between the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Works and Transport and NAMPort to deliver a facility that is not just geared to facilitate the export of green ammonia, but indeed zinc, manganese, and a few other green industrialization products that NAMPort has already started preparing for. Of course, the town of Lüderitz itself, the town of Aus, Walvis Bay as well, will all have to undergo significant town transformation. So much so that the Green Hydrogen Program, working together with the town of Lüderitz and the town council there, have started engaging experts to help think about the requisite town transformation that will be needed in order to house these industries. The local town council has started dreaming boldly, as the president mentioned earlier. If you look at this particular picture, the yellow part is where the existing town of Lüderitz is. But as you can see, working with their town planner, Lüderitz is now looking to house a green steel plant on the right-hand side, that is node 6. The CBD is looking to shift all the way from the coast into the center, and the purple areas is where they're looking to house synthetic fuel production such as ammonia, and the bottom left-hand side there, that is a 40 megawatt wind turbine, and of course, we still have to add Kudu gas there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is without a doubt arguably one of the most brave, I think, and adventurous endeavors we probably would have embarked on as a nation. And the town of Lüderitz is beginning to dream as the president has inspired them to do. However, they cannot do it alone, and certainly we cannot utilize a business as usual approach to get this done. Some of the work we're doing with the experts have begun to break down town transformation into three: the technical, and then of course the transformation right at the top. And you can see we're also breaking it down in terms of timeline. Immediately we have to start with some structural designs, we then have to start placing the industries, and of course eventually we're going to have to settle a whole new community there. So housing and bulk infrastructure will be very, very critical. We have started sharing this information with our Green Hydrogen Council, and importantly as well with our head of state. And what is likely going to be required is a hybrid approach where you're essentially going to need a special purpose vehicle
to be delivering a transformation effort that will need unprecedented collaboration between private sector and public sector actors, but as well as national, regional, and local level actors, with potentially an individual that is appointed to champion that effort over the next 4 to 5 years, or else we will not actually achieve our efforts. The Minister of Mines and Energy has spoken about the utility of these critical minerals, and some of the research that we're doing has started identifying what these minerals are. Very relevantly for Namibia, you can see there we're looking at more than a 10-fold increase in demand for rare earths, or at least some of the critical raw minerals. Whenever we spoke about these, President always said, tell the people what these critical raw minerals are in some detail. And so today we put up a graph. On the right-hand side there are 3 of them. There's neodymium, praseodymium, and the last one I can't even pronounce myself. But these are minerals that will be needed for battery electric vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles. These are the same minerals that will also be needed for the manufacture of permanent magnets, which will be in the wind turbines that will be generating electricity. Namibia has some of the best rare earth deposits in sub-Saharan Africa. Some are in Oranienburg, some are in the Ocho-Dunjupa region, and this is the effort that the Minister of Mines and Energy was talking about. These minerals, we cannot allow them to leave our country in the form of rocks. We need to add value to them. And this is a specific diagram that is trying to show us as Namibians where the value really lies. Yes, there are big mining companies that we're very familiar with, and we always welcome them there on the left-hand side, Glencore, Vale, BHP. But really, the real value starts to lie here in the midstream and the upstream, right? Creating battery precursor metals and eventually actually producing finished products such as batteries that you put in vehicles. Can Namibia break into these new industries? Well, we're not going to rest until we try. This is work that is being done today by our own mining company called Andrada. Andrada is looking at whether Namibia can start making battery precursors, not just taking the lithium and exporting it as lithium concentrate, but beginning to process it in some of these roasters to create lithium carbonate and lithium hydroxide. To do so, of course, they will need intervention from the Minister of Finance in terms of appropriate incentives, and of course the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Water would need to allow potentially new desalination plants to come on board to start producing these these battery precursors. But ladies and gentlemen, Namibians, we are indeed working. This is an example of what one of these plants looks like. This one here is in Perth, Australia. Is it possible? Absolutely. Do they cost a lot of money? This one costs more than $3 billion. But at least the vision is there, and now it is up to us to start doing some of the technical analysis to try to understand how we can localize these industries here at home. Comrade President, last week we got visited by some experts that were hosted by the Ministry of Industrialization and Trade. We have now started modeling in detail which new industries can come to Namibia, and you can see we've listed there the long list of 15, but we've broken them into 3 categories. The green ones, such as solar panel manufacturing, are the ones we're concentrating immediately, and we're going to finish this work by December this year, and next year we would love to put out calls for these industries to start coming to Namibia. The blue ones are the ones we will do next, and the gray ones are the ones that are a little bit complex and almost out of reach for Namibia today, but eventually with scale, we can get there. This is the green industrialization agenda happening in front of our very eyes. Hydrogen was always an input. These new industries are what is needed to actually to deliver that industry. This is a very important picture, Comrade President, because what it shows is that those 2 rectangles is the area that Hyphen is busy doing a feasibility in today. We know that the rest of that park is a multi-use park, and that, of course, we have to look at how we can develop assets in that park, respecting the environment. So what the government is going to do itself is we're actually going to conduct a strategic and environmental assessment for the whole park. We will then put up our own metmasts, as that picture is showing there. This is currently what Daures and Hyphen are putting up to measure the wind. The government has mobilized enough funding to put up 20 of those met masts, and we want to do so by early next year. And we will measure the wind ourselves before we even put out any of that land for tender, unlocking greater value for government, similar to, of course, sort of the seismic activity you would do from an oil and gas sector. We would do this from a wind sector ourselves. As my clicker is on strike, Comrade President, I think we then started ending the presentation really by saying Namibia has all of the natural resources that we need. We have also put together a finance facility, which I wanted to show you, this one, that is now looking at deploying capital, not just in one project, but in a pipeline, Comrade President, of now 9 different hydrogen projects, and not just in the south anymore, right across the country, as you can see, all the way from Dalres to the Irongo region in Walvis Bay, and of course into Lüderitz as well. And they range from locomotives to the green iron that you heard today, of course to the production of synthetic fuels. And this is why in government we believe that there is reason to be optimistic for the years to come. If we do work hard and hold hands as the President asked us to do, it is very possible that we could truly make a dent as we try to deliver on the ideals that are captured in Vision 2030, which was always the job of HPP2. Never to replace Vision 2030, but to accelerate our pathway and our transition to Vision 2030. Comrade President, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the Minister of Poverty Eradication, to be followed by the Deputy Minister of Education.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Comrade President, Your Excellency, Comrade Mbumba Nangolo, Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, dear colleagues, all protocol observed. Allow me to stand by all protocol observed as I have mentioned. The Ministry of Gender Equality, Poverty Eradication provided various social grant services as safety net during the year under review. The ministry spent about 511 million per month to provide grants to all citizens. Before I go further, Comrade President, I would like to remind the House that political will, which is there, has made the ministry to succeed. I'm sorry, I'm a hard person. I get dry, my lips get dry quickly. To provide grants to the senior citizens and the young ones in Namibia. Namibia is one of the 3 countries in Africa which provides grants. But as I'm going through the grants, we should visualize where we are coming from and where we are once it comes to fight poverty eradication. Number 1, we provide old age grants to all Namibian citizens and the permanent residents of 60 years and above, a monthly, unconditionally allowance of 1,400 per month, the beneficiaries. That's old age, is what we are providing. Last term, we were giving 1,300. Now we have improved it to 1,400, Your Excellency. As of September 2023, the ministry has a total of 204,370 active old age grants beneficiaries on the system. That represents 97%. Number two, disability grants of 1,400, again, is given per month to beneficiaries for people aged 16 years or above who are medically diagnosed by a state doctor as a temporal or permanent disabled. As of September 2023, the ministry had a total of 52,541 active disability grants beneficiaries on the system. That represents 74%. Funeral benefits grant to the value of 4,500 per beneficiary and is for the beneficiaries of old age, disability grants, and disability. Claims processed stands at 96%. The ministry administers 5 different types of children's grants, and these are: 1, foster parent grant is provided to foster parents caring for a child in terms of court orders. The monthly cash provided is $350 per beneficiaries. Number 2, maintenance grants is provided to children under 18 years whose parents' gross income is less than the old age grant, or to child-headed household. The monthly cash amount provided is $350 per beneficiaries. Number 3, orphans and vulnerable children's grants is provided to children whose parents have no income and is benefiting children under the age of 18 years. The monthly cash amount provided is $350 per beneficiaries. Before maybe it has taken long, we were just giving $250. Now it has increased to $350. So that one is implemented. Child disability grants is provided to children below 16 years and medically diagnosed by a state doctor as temporal or permanent disabled. The monthly cash amount provided is $1,400 per beneficiaries. Before we were giving $250. Then now we have increased, because of their condition, Comrade President, we have increased it to $1,400 for children with disability. As of September 2023, the ministry had a total of 368,487 children on the system. Now, conditional basic income grants, number 5. This grant is currently provided to only existing beneficiaries of the former food bank program, which was converted into monthly cash of $600 per month per household. A total of 35,308 households benefited from these condition-based income grants. Comrade President, let me appreciate you again. This is your baby. And this is one of my assignments I was given when you appointed me. Therefore, we are implementing it slowly and sure. Food bank is no more, we are now giving cash. to those people. I have mentioned this number of 35,000. The ministry also, number 6, provided food parcels to 29,000 households of marginalized communities in 10 regions, which are San, Ovatwe, and Ovachimba, on a total basis, valued at 51 million per annum. Comrade President, right now we are trying to change it. Instead of giving quarterly, we want to give it monthly. That's our fight now, to give it to our marginalized communities. Number 7, during this year, the ministry spent 3.5 Namibian dollars to support 308 students from marginalized communities studying at institutions of high learning. Number 8, the ministry supported marginalized community to improve their livelihood by providing training and equipment support for income-generating activities in some areas. I think I always take some weeks giving, while out of the parliament, giving income-generating activities to our communities. And before we give them, we have to train them how to use these machines which we are giving them, and how to cultivate some of them. We train them on that. Already, President, again, the ministry supported 161 students with disability who are studying at institutions of high learning, that is tertiary level, and covers individuals' needs of such students, such as a tuition fee, accommodation, transport, sign language interpreters, and assistive devices, such as spectacles, among others. To date, the ministry spent 6.5 million towards this support. The ministry also provides equipment and material for income-generating activities to facilitate equitable socio-economic empowerment of women and some men, and they promote self-reliance through provision of skills training. This income-generating activities also is the same like the one which we are giving to marginalized people, whereby we are providing only materials. We don't give cash, but the budget is too limited. I think this is the baby of the Prime Minister, where she's ever pushing me, talk to the Minister of Finance. I want the people to benefit from these income-generating activities. I'm sorry for this break. Your Excellencies, although my presentation today mainly focuses on social safety nets that contribute towards poverty eradication, I'll end my presentation, Comrade President, with what the ministry, together with the stakeholders, have done to combat gender-based violence. I'll fail in my duty if I don't mention gender-based violence, Comrade President, and the trafficking in persons. Recently, maybe 2 days ago, my deputy launched the 16 days of gender-based violence in the hard-up region, whereby I'll finish it on the 10th of December in Kurenkuru, Kavango West. The ministry held a main conference against gender-based violence in Keetmanshoop, which was a huge success and attended by more than 500 men. And there is another main conference upcoming in Oshana in December 2024. Gender-based violence, Comrade President, is one of the contributing factors. Once come to poverty also, because these people, once the parent has been eliminated on earth, the children will suffer, and the government have to cater for those children. They have to end up in the hands of the government. That's why gender-based violence is so important. As we are going for Christmas, Comrade President, I'll applaud my colleagues that they should also whenever they are addressing meetings, address gender-based, even 2 lines say gender-based violence is bad. Because next year, 2024, we are going for election. These people who are dying, they are our voters. Therefore, we are losing votes. We should protect our people, address the issue of gender-based violence, very sensitive, as we did to HIV and AIDS. We were so vocal, everybody was addressing it, because we knew that our people were dying. What else we did to COVID-19 is what we should do with gender-based violence. Don't let it alone to the Ministry of Gender to fight it. We will never succeed. To tell you the truth, we will never succeed. One voice of Doreen with many voices of ministers, I think it will carry water. Therefore, I implore all community members, leaders, young people, various stakeholders to continue working together to fight GBV, violence against children and trafficking in persons in the country. Comrade President, before I conclude, this year, let me say yearly, we do celebrate children's rights. We teach them, we talk to them about their rights, and they teach them how to network with other countries. We have got 3 days which we always celebrate in a year. 28th of September is known as Namibia Children's Day. Is a must that we have to celebrate that day because it's our day. 16 June is Africa Children's Day. As we know, we are African. We cannot forget about Soweto attack, whereby children of our age were massacred. The 30th of November, which is World Children's Day, Comrade President, you are aware we started in Kazungula, Botswana, Kasane there, 2022, and the 2021, 2022 it was in Zambia, where the VP received the baton. And this time, 2023, we celebrated it in Walvis Bay, I think last week, if I'm not mistaken. Comrade President, let me extend my thanks to you, Your Excellency, by appointing me to this ministry and my 3 deputy ministers. And we are committed, Comrade President, that we'll carry our duties as assigned to us. With these few remarks, I thank you, Comrade President.
Thank you. Next will be Deputy Minister of Education, and the last will be Minister of Safety and Security. I still need to remind ministers to be very brief. We have Parliament session this afternoon.
Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency the Vice President, Honorable Deputy PM and the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, all protocol observed. I will make my statement very brief, focusing on the milestone the Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture achieved in this year of revival 2023. Allow me to start by saying that the outcome of the National Conference on Education, which we held in August last year, from the 2nd to the 5th, resulted in the lifting out certain recommendations for implementation and approved by Cabinet, which we implement this year. The implement plan of the National Conference on Education's recommendation was developed in consultation with the line owners and comprises on the following. We have certain key objectives, which are provide inclusive, equitable, safe and healthy schools, enhance learning and skills for life, work and sustainable development, strengthening teaching and and learning profession, improve access to universal, inclusive digital learning, and expand funding streams for education, and to review the organizational structure to improve services delivery in the ministry. Furthermore, the recommendation on the National Conference on Education have been streamlined into, we classified them 10 key generic recommendations, which we called levers of change, which have been identified for implementation. And they are: provide, improve access to equitable, inclusive, quality education, accelerate educational infrastructure development, and I will elaborate mostly on infrastructure, and review strengthening the TVET curriculum, since TVET also subjects is included in the basic education curriculum, strengthening and expansion of the family literacy program, which include in the ECD, transform pre-service teaching education programs to respond to curriculum demands in schools and provide continuous professional development for teachers. Professionalize of the teaching profession, strengthening arts, culture, and creative industries, and unlock their potential for sustainable development and lifelong learning. Expansion of digital learning and transformation, and then we look at the mode of how to finance education and education transformation through organization development. I'm talking about finance education because we cannot leave everything to the government alone, and we appreciate friends of education who are coming on board and assisting us. Maybe it's important also to mention the ministry, how many learners we are dealing with. For this current year, we have 864,707 learners, according to our statistics, which we place in 2,002 schools, whereby 1,722 are government schools and 280 are private schools. We trust these learners to be taught by 31,974 teachers. Now the achievements, and I'm concentrating on infrastructure. So the ministry managed to construct 520 classrooms and 70 ablution facilities from the 1,248 targeted classrooms. The remaining 738 classrooms already approved for construction, which we will start constructing within this financial year. And then we can, if it's not finished by March, then we can continue in the next financial year. The Central Procurement Board of Namibia approved also construction of an additional 4 schools, addition to what I mentioned in the statistic during the current financial year. Major construction and renovation were also done. It could be at schools with hostel facilities, and these schools and hostels are 27, and they are constructed vocational training center through the African Development Bank funding. They assisted us in that regard. The good news within the resources allocated to us, additional teachers this financial year, we managed to appoint 723 teachers, 16 are principals, 98 heads of departments, and 90 cleaners. So the way forward, Comrade Vice President, Comrade Deputy PM, we came up with a list, and we have our estimations also that the ministry to continue with construction of more educational facilities during the implementation plan period. We estimated 3,540 we want permanent infrastructure, and that will be classrooms, 72 workshops and rooms. As you know, pre-vocational subjects nowadays, we included it at our schools, and we will need for practical subjects. And then our computer laboratory, we are estimating 84, science laboratory, 168, 84 libraries at schools. And we also, you observe that we are giving school feeding to our learners. We want better shelters also for storerooms, and we estimate 168 cooking shelters with the storerooms. And we want to add 600 classrooms, and then 10 hostel facilities to be developed, 11 community or public libraries and record centers, and then 4 arts and crafts centers to be constructed, and comprehensive maintenance plan for education, arts and culture facilities. 123 schools will be provided with water, and 257 schools to be provided with electricity. Before I conclude, I just want to say, Your Excellency, that the Ministry of Education, we realize that we are not getting more learners who are making to tertiary. Now, next year, AU decided to dedicate a year to a year of education, and we want to emphasize the provision of education at the foundation so that learners from lower primary master the literacy and numeracy skills. Then they can build up, then we will have more learners make it to tertiary education. We didn't leave any phase in education without emphasize in this revival year. For secondary, all our, which we call grade 12 advisory subsidiary, are connected to the internet. They have the smart board to maximize the teachers who are expert can communicate so that they can help other teachers who are struggling or learners. They have smart board at all that centers. And arts and culture, needly to mention that you saw it, it is now like everything. And watch out the month of September. They are in the community cultural activities and literacy programs, and at the end, readathon for the small ones. And also we celebrate our heritage during that month also. Without wasting time, I thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Minister of Safety and Security.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. Your Excellency, Comrade President, Comrade Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister. I will be very short because of time, and I have already appeared, Comrade President, at the Government Information Center, where we informed the nation about the functions of the Ministry of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. And next week, I'm going to address also my staff, and I'm going to give you more details, especially for the benefit of our press. Comrade President, we have 4 main entry border posts in Namibia, which are operating on 24-hour basis. that is Nordover, Aramsflay, Transkarahari, and the Katima Mlilo. We want to add, before the end of the financial year, Oskango. We are busy now with our Angolan colleagues to make sure that Oskango also operates on a 24-hour basis. Come President, with your initiative, together with your counterpart, the President of Botswana, we are now able to provide ID cards to be used by the citizens of the two countries in place of passports. And these ID cards are operational at Transkarahari, Mohembo, Ngoma, Kasika, and Impalila. We are trying also, together with our neighbors, to extend this program from a president, and I'm happy to say and to congratulate you, Your Excellency, because we are the only countries which are using ID cards to facilitate free movement of our people. Turnaround time for passports. Currently for passports in Windhoek, it takes between 2 to 3 days you get your passport. In the regions, it takes between 3 to 5 days you get your passport. In an emergency situation, same day you get your passport. With regard to ID cards, 7 days in Windhoek you get your passport, ID card. 14 days in the regions you get your ID card. Emergency, same day you get your ID cards. In addition, Your Excellency, we provided services online, such as work permits for 6 months, holiday visa, applications for passports, ID cards, and applicants are informed about the status of their applications through SMS. As for Erongo and Karas regions, in terms of tourism, President, as you said already that tourism is booming in our country, I would like to inform the nation as follows. Between tomorrow, 28 November, to 24 February next year, we are expecting 15 passenger vessels to pass through the port of Ludres. From today, 27 November 2023, to 24 February next year, Your Excellency, we are expecting 18 cruise liners, which are expected to dock at the port of Walvis Bay. We have taken steps to reinforce immigration officials so that we fast-track the processing of passengers in these vessels. Otherwise, as you said and you directed, President, that the short people must be very short, I so submit.
Thank you very much. That was our last presentation. We are now going into questions and answers. The President was very elaborative, so was the Deputy Prime Minister and some of the ministers, believing that they have really clarified most of the issues. Some ministers have been at the Government Information Center and have clarified these issues. So we expect you now to ask questions on issues that were really not clear. You stand up, you introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shaligan Peterson. I'm a journalist with the Namibian newspaper and Desert Radio. Thank you so much for the presentations. I think it was quite insightful. Mr. President, on the SACU matter, can you just give us a bit more context? Tell us what the bone of contention here is for Namibia specifically. SACU, Yes. There was a lot of talk about future plans, but I see there was no mention of specific issues like job creation. I see the Deputy Minister of Labour is also here. Can you perhaps tell us, for this year, looking at how bad the unemployment situation is in the country, how many jobs were created this year? Yes, and I know you said Information Minister on issues addressed here, but I mean, there are issues that, for instance, the Minister of Finance didn't speak about his other portfolio, public enterprises. Just to mention a few, if you look at Transnamap, it hasn't had water at its headquarters last week. This is a recurrent issue. As a shareholder, and also coming from an SOE that hasn't given financial statements for over the last 5 years, as a shareholder, what is your plan to address and reform Transnamap, seeing how big of a part it plays into our green hydrogen dreams and aspirations? Also, speaking on RCC, where are we? What are we doing with RCC? What are the plans there, Minister? Please inform the nation. And then lastly, VP, can you please give us an update on where the genocide renegotiations are? We haven't heard anything since you announced that there will be renegotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is O'Brien Smasiku. I'm a journalist from The Brief. My question goes to the Minister of Mines. I just wanted to find out what's the ministry's stance regarding what's happening at NAMCO. Recently, we heard the institution is making or is running on a loss and is actually limping in its operations. So could you please brief us what is the ministry doing about it? And then secondly, also we have noted that the fuel levy was also cut, and then considering that in the precarious situation that the institution is finding itself, are we going to see the ministry reinstating that fuel levy or how? And also looking at the situation, is government looking at bailing out NAMCO? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Third question? None. So we yes, Comrade President.
Thank you very much. Very good, short and sweet. We'll go to Parliament, some of us. Well, SACU, that you are asking me for, is my problem too. Thank you. As long as SACU is the way it is operating now, we will never industrialize. When I was Minister of Trade that time, we have been fighting with South African comrades about SACU. Many countries like Zambia, others didn't want to join it because there is a colonial artifact. Therefore, they cannot join it. But we joined, we are there. We said, let's restructure it so it can be a modern one, where there is democracy and revenue sharing. We must sit there and decide, all of us. Interest rates, we are agreeing on that. Initially, we were making progress, but as of now, it looks like South Africa has maybe different plans, to tell the truth. It's a serious problem. Last meeting was not that good at the officers' level. Ours was good, but diplomacy is always involved when it comes to us. But definitely there was straight talk there, and sometimes maybe some people think, SACU, when you have a transcontinental African trade area, why should we talk about this small thing? But while you are thinking that we are suffering, we can't import from outside. I cannot buy a car from Germany. Germans are here. German cars are popular. You can't buy it directly from Germany. Why? Why not? It must go to South Africa. In the past, half knockdown, not complete knockdown, but now you can have a complete knockdown there. You create jobs there, you add value there, you add up some price and then sell it to me, Namibia. For how long? That's a problem. Seriously, we must look into this issue of SACU. And some people are looking into it. On the other hand, brotherhood, Pan-Africanism also comes in. So that's why leaders are in difficult situation. You want to be radical like Geingob sometimes, but since you are a president, you have to be careful. That's the difference. But SACU is a problem, as I shared it with you.
Thank you very much, Comrade President. On the issue of negotiations on genocide, apology, and the reparations, this is a process that have taken us over 6 years now. Very complicated. We had some leaders who were assigned those tasks. Now they are no longer with us. We continue to be in touch with the Germans, but at this stage, I can't say that much because my duty is to report on one side to the president, at the same time to keep the traditional leaders of the communities that are affected briefed. So before I can give press statement, open straight press statements, I must first, I'm looking forward to the day when we can come together in a big hall and brief one another on that issue. That's all I can say at this moment. Thank you very much.
On the question of NAMCO, O'Brien, you should have asked this question to the Minister of Public Enterprise. He's responsible for NAMCO. But on the question of no, you asked that we have cut, you say we have cut the fuel levy. As you recall, when the price of fuel was increasing so dramatically, sometimes last year, in order for us to give some relief to the consumer, we have agreed to temporarily reduce all the levies that were given to not only NAMCO, but the levy that was given to MVA, for example, the levy that was given to RA, for example. Those levies were reduced just to give the consumer some relief. But those cut has been since been restored. Everybody's getting their levy as they used to get it, including NAMCO. So NAMCO's levy has not been cut, it's been actually restored, just like all the other levies. But with regard to the main question as to what's going with the company, I think the Minister of Public Enterprise is better suited to answer the question.
With regard to public enterprises, I think I will just answer the questions in one breath, that definitely we are forging ahead with the reform program. And those that have seen my statement last week when I was addressing board members and senior executives of PEs will notice that we have launched what we call a 5-point game plan. And this is really building on the reform that has taken place already. You know that in 2019, when the new act, what is called PEGA, Public Enterprise Governance Act, was put in force, that has created a significant milestone for the reform program of public enterprises. We are now going to build on that. So the 5-point game plan that we have launched last week is really going to concentrate on five issues. First of all, governance. We need to make sure that we appoint effective board members, we train them, but we also need to make sure that we hold them accountable. So we are going to, the second point is to ensure that we agree on key performance indicators that is going to be part of their performance agreements, because currently the performance agreements do not have key indicators. They are very generic. So the third point is focusing on performance management. So we will then, on a regular basis, monitor the performance of the board, but also the board must ensure that they monitor on a regular basis the performance of management and staff. The third thing is about talent management, to ensure that these SOEs are developing leadership that is going to be to help Namibia, because we need to grow this talent for the purpose of increasing the effectiveness of SOEs, but also to create a talent pool that is going to be available for the rest of Namibia, not only for SOEs themselves. The fourth point is on the holding company that you are aware that Comrade President announced when he established this ministry that this ministry is going to be converted into a holding company, or some of the function will be in the holding company. We are busy looking at the roadmap. How do we establish that holding company? So this 5-point game plan is really meant to strengthen the governance of public enterprises, to make them, first of all, be able to deliver on their mandate, because they are established for a purpose. So if you are established to provide electricity, water, financial services, you must deliver on this mandate. But also, more importantly, to deliver that mandate in a sustainable manner. So that includes all the others that you have talked about, the Trans-Namib, the NAMCOR. We are hard at work to ensure that sustainability is retained at these institutions and it's maintained at these institutions. And that also includes, especially when it comes to NAMCOR, it also includes that where there are cases of malpractices, malefficiency, the people who are involved are brought to book. Because it's important that we all or we are all accountable on the responsibility that we are given. And if we are not delivering on these responsibilities, we must be held accountable. And so that's also part of the equation. I believe I have addressed the questions that you have posed. Thank you.
Yes, there was a question for the Deputy Minister of Labour. You are free to use the microphone.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We admit, as the President has admitted, we have quite a huge number of unemployment in the country. So the Ministry of Labour is a ministry responsible for employment coordination. So the ministry is currently busy with in the process of formulating the third national policy on employment creation. So we are currently busy dealing with that. So we have also currently started with the training for technical staff members to be able to conduct employment impact assessment on the potential projects. They will inform the government on the types of employment to be created and in the process. So basically, that's it.
Thank you. I see there's still one more hand, and that is the last. Members of Parliament will be going to Parliament.
Good afternoon. My name is Aleta Shikololo. I am a journalist at the New Era newspaper. My first question goes to Honorable Nandi Daitwa. You have spoken on little progress made. You mentioned that only 13% of the 17 SDG goals have been achieved. So what specific challenges does Namibia perceive in attaining these goals, and what strategies are being considered or implemented to enhance progress in this regard? And my second question goes to Your Excellency. You have expressed concern over the South African government's reluctance to address the issue surrounding the Orange River. What steps are being considered for resolving this matter between the two countries? And can you maybe provide information on any recent engagements between the two governments regarding this issue? And my last question, Mr. President, as your last term approaches, could you share your thoughts on the legacy you aim to leave behind? What key achievements or initiatives do you hope will define your time in the office? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stephen with Namibia Energy and Water Focus. This question goes to the Minister of Mines and Energy. You mentioned that with regards to electricity alleviation crisis or inefficiency in the country, there are developments in the IPPs. However, in the recent sub-meeting, it was revealed that the IPPs are now opting to sell their electricity to the Southern African Power Pool as opposed to selling to NAMPOWER. So my question, is that not defeating our purpose for which the IPPs are being licensed to produce power for the country? Because we might end up with a situation where they are producing the electricity here, selling to the South African Power Pool, and then we import again from the Southern African Power Pool. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The 13% that I have given is not the Namibian percentage. I was talking about the global percentage that was reported in the report of the Secretary General when he reported to the General Assembly on how globally we are doing by average. However, in Namibia, we know we have made progress in many of the sustainable development goals. Our biggest challenge has been recorded on the issue of sanitation. And that is where, as we are now developing the NDP 6, we have to pay attention to that. We have also made progress on the issue of zero hunger. However, because of what we have experienced in the past recent years of drought and floods, it has also an impact there. So therefore, as we are developing the NDP 6, we have to pay special attention to the food security. So the 13 is not attributed to Namibia, but it's globally by average when you take all the countries and then you see how far we have gone. And that is why the United Nations is now planning for the Summit for the Future, because the Summit for the Future will also be informed by the progress we have made in implementing the Sustainable Development Goal, because the future we want in the world is a peaceful future. It's a future where we are taking care of the citizens of the world. And that is where now the global plan to address those issues are being developed. I thank you.
Thank you. The power that is going to be sold by IPPs into the Southern Power Pool is only if we do not have off-taker locally. If NAMPOWER says I've got enough, or if all the red says I've got enough, or all the consumer says I've got enough, it's only that time when an IPP will have an incentive to sell their power through the power pool. So, and therefore, there's no fear to say they are going to simply export, denying us to have the power. And any IPP will probably want to rather sell locally than to sell outside. But the system is such that if there are no local off-taker, you should also allow them people to sell their power outside. So, but that would not jeopardize us having the power that is locally generated.
I want to be the last one. After all, you are in my house. Firstly, about SACU again. Leave it to us. It involves a friendly country. We have five countries, huh? 2 are completely together. Botswana and us have same views. It's a question of Lesotho. As you know, they have a very difficult situation, dependent completely on South Africa. Eswatini is also similar. So 2 of us are talking. We're not happy with it. And if you're not happy and you are planning, you cannot come to the public place and say, I'm going to do this and this and this. It's just like Americans do when they are trying to attack people. Such and such day we are going to come from left direction and hit you from here. We are not like that. So it's a problem that we are dealing with our neighboring country, friendly country, a big brother. So we are still going to negotiate until we reach that stage that we are saying enough is enough. But so far, as long as SACU is handled this way, we cannot industrialize. Look at the cars, Peugeot, blend there. Not probably worked out by those who are negotiating. We are talking too much in the parliament these days. We are suffering because of that. Even with the other airline, Citroën, they were coming here, sabotage again, nothing. So I'm telling you, and I told my colleagues when I was a Minister of Trade, as long as SACU is this way, we cannot industrialize. And that's the truth up to now. So we have to really decide one way or another about SACU. But we cannot discuss it now here in the public, of course. The other one was asking me, what is a legacy I will leave? I still have 1 year, 3 months to go. Why do you ask me about my legacy? Huh? Legacy has to be told by people. You cannot praise yourself and say, I did this and this and this. But so far already from, maybe not from Namibians, but from international community, what I'm getting at my legacy, I'm very happy with. What they are saying, what I have done. But I cannot sit here and praise myself. Self-praising is no recommendation, they say. But legacy is there to see, for anybody who wants to see. Difficult times, you must first take the difficulties country was in. And what is the country today? That's how you talk about legacy. Peace, that thanks go to you. Namibians, peace that we are maintaining in this country is very important. We talk, we are letting it become tribal now. I'm disappointed by that. But we never had tribal wars or civil wars here. That's very important. We maintain that. That comes not from me, it comes from the founding father who set up proper foundation on which we are building, followed up by President Pohamba, and I took from there, and whoever comes must build on the same foundation that we have laid. It's a country that is enviable, how we do things. We are tribal, but we never have tribal wars here. Never. You have never had 2 tribes fighting because of tribes. We may talk maybe about, yeah, this tribe, this tribe. Never had tribal war. We don't fight. We talk, of course, it's good to talk maybe to make noise, but we don't fight tribally or disagree in public. All these 30-something years. I feel that, I talk about Namibian houses. that I want to now leave behind. I talk about Namibian house we are building. Somebody teasing me. But that Namibian house must be built. Foundation is laid, that's our constitution. Good one. Then I talk about bricks. We are using to build the house our different tribes and races. But I keep on saying, when you have now built that wall up, got to go all the way, and plaster that wall. You paint it with Namibian colors. You will no longer see individual bricks. Meaning what? You are not going to see individual tribes, races. That's a legacy I want to leave. That is a Namibian house, as we are doing, that we are all holding hands and live together. We are from different ethnic groups and different races here. White, black, even that relationship even improved a lot in this country. So let's sometimes be proud of what we have achieved. And it's true, people are complaining, they are crying, children are crying. Then I give the example of Black Power movement in America, which was so crazy. I was part of it. So one professor who was attacked by ISIS, reactionary sellout, black guy, said, people, 30 years ago, were the blacks worse off or better off? They said, so what? He said, why were they quiet? We didn't answer. He says, when there is no hope, you sit and suffer peacefully. But when you have hope, you see the light at the end of the tunnel, you will make noise because you want to reach there. The goal is reachable. That's what we are going through here. Young people are angry because they see the goal. They want to reach there. And hence, they are making noise. And let them keep on making noise. I said, as long as you are making noise, you trust your government. You have hope in your country. Therefore, you are demanding, rightly so. You don't go and pick up the guns and so on. That's why I'm saying, keep on making noise. Demand from us, leaders, because that's your right. But you must also add something, not just demanding. Huh? You must also do something. So that's a Namibian house I'm talking about. That's a legacy we will live in this country. But legacies you don't talk about legacy when you are still there. Legacy means what did you leave? So when I go, 1 year, 3 months, or what is it? Then you will see. Not me talking, you will be the one to tell me. What is your name? Ale? Aleda. You will be the one who will tell about my legacy. I bet. So I leave it to you. So thank you very much for really coming, all of you. We made it a little bit too long. I should have made it, probably organize it. Some ministers didn't say anything. Some delivered State of the Nation addresses. But it's the first time we had it, so thank you very much. Next time we'll organize much better. Bye-bye.